सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा। नमो शारदा नमो शारदा नमो शारदा माता। नमो शारदा नमो शारदा नमो शारदा माता। हे विद्या ज्ञान प्रदायिनी हे विद्या ज्ञान प्रदायिनी मा वीणा पुस्तकधारिणी मा वीणा पुस्तकधारिणी भवभञ्जनी मनरञ्जनी भवभञ्जनी मनरञ्जनी अम्बवागीश्वरी माता अम्बा जगदीश्वरी माता। नमो शारदा नमो शारदा नमो शारदा माता। नमो शारदा नमो शारदा नमो शारदा माता। नमो शारदा माता नमो शारदा माता।
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the organizing committee, ICInPro 2021, I, Dr. Pratibhavani PM, Assistant Professor, truly delighted to welcome you all. The quest for knowledge has been from the beginning of a time, but knowledge only becomes valuable when it is disseminated and applied to the benefits of humankind. It is hoped that ICInPro 2021 will be a platform to gather, virtual, and disseminate the latest knowledge in computer science and engineering. Academicians, industrialists, scientists, and the researchers of computer science and engineering will be able to share and discuss new findings and applications of computer science. It is with great pleasure to welcome today's chief guest, Professor L.M. Patnaik sir, Adjunct Professor, INSA, Senior Scientist, NISA, India, and Journal Chair of ICInPro 2021 in his absentia to this inauguration. I welcome you, sir. It is with great pleasure to welcome today's chief guest, Professor Venugopal K.R. Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University, Bengaluru, and Publication Chair, ICInPro 2021 to this inauguration. I welcome you, sir. Sit hold.
Good morning to all of you.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. P. Deepashanaya ma'am, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, UACE, and Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Syndicate Member, Bangalore University, Bengaluru, and Finance Chair, ICInPro 2021 to this inauguration. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pratibha.
I wish to extend my warm welcome to Dr. H.N. Ramesh sir, Principal, UACE, to this inauguration. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
A warm welcome to Dr. S.M. Dilip Kumar sir, Professor and Chairman, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, UACE, Bangalore, to this inauguration. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha.
Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome Dr. K.B. Raja sir, Professor and Chairman, Department of Electronics and Communication, UACE, and Local Arrangement Chair, ICInPro 2021, to this function. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
With my whole heart, I welcome Dr. Triveni J. Madam, Professor, OSD, and Finance Chair, ICInPro 2021. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Pratibha.
Thank you, ma'am. I welcome Dr. Kiran K. Sir, Associate Professor and Local Arrangement Chair, to this inauguration. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Pushpa CN ma'am, Dr. Sunil Kumar sir, and Dr. Shrikantaya sir, Coordinators, ICInPro 2021 to this inauguration. I welcome you all.
Thank you, Pratibha.
I welcome today's resource person, Mr. Supreet YS, CEO, PQ Labs, and Mr. Aditya SK, CEO, PQ Labs, to this inauguration. In their absence, I welcome you both. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome all the authors and participants from various organizations, press and media persons, chairpersons of other departments of UVCE, training and placement officer UVCE, faculty members of UVCE, and other institutes, research scholars, and volunteers to this inauguration. I welcome you all. Last but not the least, I welcome all the committee members of the ICInPro 2021, keynote speakers, session chairs, reviewers, conference preceding publishers, Springer, to this inauguration. I welcome you all. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Venugopal KR sir, to deliver presidential address to the participants. Sir, over to you, sir.
Good evening to all of you. Good evening ante barta ide. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
This is the 16th International Conference on Information Processing, and I am very happy to inaugurate the tutorial session on data science using Python. So all of you know that any international conference usually starts with a tutorial. Tutorial, keynote addresses, keynote lectures, and then we have paper presentation, exhibitions during the international conference. We'll have cultural program. It is almost like a marriage function, traditional Indian marriage function, which will last 5 days, 7 days. But here it is lasting 3 days. One of the key aspects of this program at UVC, conducted by UVC, is that we have been moving on to the 16th international conference. That means we have conducted conference successfully for 15 years, and this is the 16th conference. You know, it is very difficult to conduct a conference and organize and to have the logistics ready for the conference. Even yesterday, when I went into the seminar hall, I was there for about 1 hour, 10 minutes as to how that chair should be arranged, how many chairs should be put on the stage, and how you're going to put a backdrop there. This time, it took about 1 hour, 10 minutes. And finally, you know, the satisfaction which you get when you organize is that when you actually have hands-on experience and experience of experiencing it, experience of experiencing it. Because when I said experience, I've been doing this conference for the last 15 years. But what I see is that it has to go on to the next generation. That's why I have not been involved at all in any way in organizing this conference, except saying that I'm the Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University. And maybe this is the last this thing as a Vice Chancellor where I am addressing this conference. It has been really heartening to see that UVC has become the location for international conference this year. If you see the setting, if you go to the quadrangle and see, it is like any international conference center now. So that you will be witnessing in the evening. And I'm actually thrilled and delighted. And then I saw that, okay, the settings that is going to be, done in the evening for the cultural show. And I hope everything will come out well. But going to what is data science, if you ask anybody today, what is he working on, they'll say it is data science. What is he working on? They will talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. So you have seen that in new education policy, we are now emphasizing on digital fluency, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, cyber security, professional English, professional communication. These are all the things which will be taught to all the students of art, science, commerce, engineering, law, medicine, any branch of student will be, trying to acquire expertise in these subjects. And what is this? All this they are the subcomponents of data science. Everybody now talks about Python. Everybody talks about machine learning, artificial intelligence, and deep learning. So when you try to understand how this data science is going to take us to the future, is that every application that is going to come up in this world is a data science application. So what do you have to study? What do you have to know about data science? Data science is there, everything is around us. Now we are using a machine learning technology to assimilate, gather data, clean data, model the data, test the data, and use certain algorithms in order to validate whatever model we are trying to build. What do you have to study in data science? Do you have to know programming language? The answer is yes. Do you have to know statistics? The answer is yes. Do you have to know medicine? The answer is yes. So if you want data science, if you want to study data science, if you want to build a data science, a model in data science, using data science, and if you are saying that, okay, I want to become a data scientist, you must have knowledge of a diverse range of subjects. What is the diverse range? It can be statistics, it can be hacking and coding, it can be substantial knowledge about the subject. Where is it applied? So when as I said, that data science is applicable to all the fields that are existing in the world. Whether you take a Skype translator, or whether you want to detect a fraud in a banking system, or whether you want to have a driverless car, or whether you want a robo lawyer, we are all going to use data science. And what this data science consists of: machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithms, and artificial intelligence. This I've been teaching for the last 30 years. When I studied the subject first in the Indian Institute of Science, I thought, okay, this is a very dry subject, because I was learning, I had registered for a course called Cognitive Intelligence for 2 semesters. It was like Greek and Latin were trying to understand how the brain functions, how the neuron functions, how they. My professor, actually, Professor Krishna, was there as my teacher, and only about 6 students had taken that course, cognitive science. And 6 students, it was like a group. It was not looking like a class. I used to wonder, okay, why is this class having only so few students? But why is the professor offering this subject? These were the questions which were, I was pondering on at that time. That is 30 years back in 1991. Today, I feel so proud to say that 30 years back, I had studied cognitive science and I got a grade in it. Getting a grade in Indian Institute of Science, both the semester in cognitive science, was very easy at that time, because it was still developing and we had to study some theories of cognitive science. But today, cognitive science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning are all part of everybody's life. Everybody's life. We may not actually be talking about it, or thinking about it, or know about it. But then we are all in the world of data science. What does it include? The data science includes collecting large amounts of raw data and move or model into a usable format, so that you can validate certain hypotheses, and then you can draw some conclusions. You can solve all business related problems using this data driven technologies. You can work with a variety of programming languages, including SAS, R, and Python. You must have a solid grasp of statistics. So whenever I had about 25 books when I was doing my PhD in economics on statistics. So if a computer science engineer want to become a good data scientist, you must know statistics thoroughly. The new national education policy envisages that engineering students should know statistics, he should know mathematics, and he should also be very conversant with all the nitty-gritty details of any other subject on which he is going to program or which he is going to solve. So analytical techniques is very important and part and parcel of data scientist or data science. If you are looking for orders or pattern in the data, you want to see a trend in the data, and that trend is what you are trying to look into a subject called data science. IBM predicts that there will be a 50% increase, 30, not even 50, 30 to 40% increase of demand for data science across the world in this next decade. You can, and for the people who can become a data scientist, it is not just necessarily a computer science become a data scientist. If anybody who studies, is familiar or conversant or has expertise in Python, you can call himself as a data scientist, because at least that is a language which is used for now programming, or you are there trying to accumulate this data, model this data, and also validate this data. So where is it used? Can you use it in terrorism? Can you use it in sports? Can you use it in Skype? For example, can you use it in finance? In Skype, I give you an example of Skype. In Skype, when you talk in two different languages, you can easily converse in two different languages. And there is a third party, that is the Skype translator. The Skype translator will be able to translate your language into the other party language, and the other party's language can be translated into your language. So you will feel comfortable with speaking in your own languages, but still you will be able to understand each other's language and carry out your business. So that is one thing, application of deep learning, artificial intelligence, and also machine learning, where you see a practical application of a Skype translator. But when you want to detect somebody is using Skype, and you want to detect the fraudulent Skype user, you can use it by machine learning technique. If you want to detect somebody who is going to commit a fraud in your banking, you can use machine learning algorithms today. And Python is a very popular language used in data science. And you have a number of applications. You have a number of applications the software tools which is integrated into Python. You can say NumPy is one library for the Python programming language. Learn is another software machine learning library for Python. Pandas. Pandas is you would already learn. Pandas is a software library written for the Python programming language for data manipulation and analysis. It offers data structures and operations. It operates the data structures and operations. And similarly, you have MATLAB, lib, TensorFlow, Keras. These are all the libraries that are available for the Python. And you can also have Python look like Jupyter and Crystal. If you try to see the steps that are there in data science, first and foremost is data gathering. Data gathering is very important because it's a data-intensive application, a data-intensive problem solving, a data-intensive solution has to be given, and that has to be processed by the present day computers, which are very fast, and even supercomputers are now used. For example, you want to predict weather, and you want to say whether a football match can be conducted today at 4 p.m. Then you have a data processing, a data science application where it will say whether you're going to get rain, whether it will rain in this particular football field, and you use artificial intelligence, deep learning and machine learning tools to predict whether you can conduct that football match at that particular point of time on that particular part of day. How so? Data gathering and data preparation are the first two steps in data science engineering. Then you explore before you drive, before you build the building data models, and before you build the model. These are the third and the fourth steps in the data science engineering. And we have to validate this matter and then deploy that model. You have to deploy that model in order to see whether we have got the solution to the problem which you have initially postulated. Now, when I am not a data science engineering or a data science the course. I have not conducted a data science course, but definitely I have taught artificial intelligence 30 years back when there were no teachers in computer science. In 1994, the first batch of ME computer science, which I have taught, I used to tell them, I used to talk about perceptron, K-forest, then clustering algorithms, and then whatever you say, K-means algorithms. Now, all these type of algorithms were there, R star algorithm, R algorithm, then forest, random forest. These were all the algorithms which I was trying to, familiarize to the student. And probably that time I had very little knowledge about it. And now also I have very little knowledge about it. But I can talk about the periphery, about the big things, superficially saying that I am a data science engineer. But actually I am not. I am a computer science engineer, and data science engineer will also become a course, and it will also become a 4-year degree course in future. It is already existing, and now it will also be a normal course, undergraduate course, not in computer science and engineering. It will be for arts, science, commerce, engineering, even medical student. A data science course and a data science degree might be a 2-year data science or a 1-year certificate or a 3-year degree or a 4-year honor course will be a very popular and a very mandatory course. Just like you are studying Constitution of India and environment, you will have that course in future for all students of undergraduate and postgraduate courses. Now, how I should thank all the students who have been involved. I've been seeing that you have been working day and day, especially 10 to 15 the faculty members and a whole of IEEE volunteers and the BTech and MTech students along with PhD students have been working day and night to see that this program runs well. I particularly thank Professor Rupa, Dr. Rupa, my student, because when she is sending me all the details of even how to get the proceedings done, and when I went there for yesterday to print express, I could see so many mistakes in it. But every proceedings, even that is printed by Springer, it will have a number of mistakes. But when we give it to the person who is supposed to the author, he'll say, what a wonderful book proceeding it is, because proceedings always comes with mistakes. Nobody can clear it, and that fault lies with the authors. The authors do not prepare well. So you can see in page number 76, the photos are missing, and you have A, B, C, D, it's on without the photographs. And page 113 or 26, you see the material, text material is out of the margin. So all these type of things will be happening due to the carelessness of the author, or they do not follow. But leaving the job only to one person and two persons or few persons is not, going to work out. Because when I used to, get this proceedings, they used to about 30 to 40 students sitting in the boardroom with their laptops and trying to get the LaTeX done. And it is a Herculean task for anybody to get a proceedings in time. And when I see the proceedings on the table, yesterday I went there at the night 9 o'clock, and when I saw the proceeding, it is better than the proceedings which will be brought out by the Springer Verlag after this conference. So congratulations to the entire team who have been working round the clock to get the proceedings in time. Then I have to thank actually Professor Deepa Shenoy, who is piloting. Now I am already become extinguished. There now you are all distinguished. You'll also be distinguished for some years, and then we have to give on to the next line of faculty members. So we have seen Pushpa, Pratibha Vani, Sunil, Kiran, then Aruna, Triveni, Manjula, Champa, they've all working on this the program. I mean, to this conference. I cannot even if I have forgotten names, it is the entire computer science staff which has been involved. Probably I am not meeting them now in person, but I can see that if you are able, if you want to, I mean, if you see the program that is conducted in such a large scale, it is the effort of each and every faculty of computer science and engineering. And now the department is being headed by Dilip, and the next head of the department in February is Professor Vimala. And you will see that the Department of Computer Science has moved to the first rank in the entire university. You won't believe that the KB Raja and Deepa Shenoy are 4th and 5th in the Google Scholar list in Bangalore University. Of course,
Seventh,
I am
sir.
the first. Seventh, huh?
I am 7th, KBR 4th. I was in 4th, but KBR superseded me when he was listed. I am 7th in the list, but even that is very good, sir.
7th out of, if you see first 3 people in 7, Venugopal, KB Raja, and the Deepa Shenoy, it is attributed to the growth and development of this department. Congratulations, KB Raja. Congratulations, Deepa Shenoy, because I did not expect that when you list that we are so forward and much better than so many of the departments, that is PG departments, and that credit goes to who the visionary. The visionary is our forefathers and our ancestors or our senior faculty, and the credit goes to Professor G. Parameshwarappa and Professor S. Lakshman Reddy, who are piloting this computer science department in UVC, and it is one of the first departments in the state to be there without teachers for more than 25 years. And now we have 17 faculty members, all the 17 faculty with the doctorates. And that is the credibility. And if I see just the number of students, the highest number of students that have been registered under this PhD program is from the Department of Computer Science. If you have seen how we have progressed, out of 778 students, 350 students belong to SC/ST category. And out of the 350, about 70 students belongs to ST category. If you see 2A group, we have about 109 students registered under 2A category. If you see the 2A, 3A, 3B group, we have seen about 300 students who have registered in that category. So the general merit itself is 350, and it is a record that Bangalore University have been able to accommodate 778 students at one go. And that is what, and out of 778 students, 300 students are from University Visvesvaraya College of Engineering in mechanical engineering, civil engineering, computer science engineering, electrical and electronics engineering. So we are trying to make this University Visvesvaraya College into an autonomous college, a center of excellence, a state center of excellence. Let us all join together and work. And the credit now goes to Professor H.N. Ramesh, who is the principal of the college. We have to move forward, Professor Ramesh. We have to take this forward, at least by getting the mechanical block in the next 3 months. And we have to get the library block. We have to get the chemistry block. We have to get the World Open Air Theatre block immediately. The syndicate has already approved this building. We have to issue tenders, and we have to see the work going along, because I have 150 days from now to sign anything. And we have last 2 months, I will not be able to take any major decisions. So Professor Ramesh and his team should make a valiant effort, should be on your toes to see that this is being done in my period. Otherwise, we will again go back to the same old story of that UVC is lacking facilities, UVC is lacking teachers, and the UVC now is crumbling. We'll go to the same state after a few years. So let that not happen, and let this conference continue in the same campus, in the same location, year after year. And you will see in the next year, when you have our cultural program in open theater, there might be 1,000 students. Invite all the students. Invite all the students to witness the cultural program. It should be like a festival. It should be a landmark in the college event, because 16 years, the journey of conducting international conference is a very long journey. It is a fruitful journey. I thank each and every one of you for giving me an opportunity to address this inaugural session of tutorials of the 16th conference on International Conference on Information Processing. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for such an informative speech. And we achieved something today, sir, because of your eminent guidance, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for everything, sir. I wish and hope that everyone will make use of this conference fruitfully. And I wish the conference ICInPro 2021 a grand success. And now I request Sunil Kumar, sir, to give a vote of thanks.
H.N. Ramesh sir matadalva. Principal sir.
Okay, 1 minute I'll talk.
Yeah. Because,
Honorable
sir has helped us a lot in meeting the additional chief secretary, Kumarji Naik. He came along with me 2-3 times. Continuously, we went to meet him and invite him, talk to him.
But yesterday, VC met him at 5:45.
Yeah, we came to know about it. Sir has helped us a lot in this conference. So I wanted him to talk.
I've contacted Ananda Atriya, Kumar Nayak, Rupa Pai, and Shatabdani Ganesh, and
Yes.
I've invited them, and they will be coming to today.
Yes.
Ensure that they come at 4 o'clock, and so they'll see the campus, they'll get a feeling, and also
Okay.
take them to if they come early, take them to the hostel and show them the progress, Professor Ramesh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If somebody wants to see, and also
Yes, sir.
show them the mechanical block, so that
Yeah.
they will also put in the word and see that the Bhumi Puja and foundation stone is laid in next 1 month.
Okay, sir.
Especially ACS if he comes early.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Venugopal, sir, Dean of Engineering, Professor Deepa Shanai, Professor Dilip Kumar, and Professor KB Raja, chairpersons of CS and ENC, my dear colleagues, delegates, invitees, and friends. So I'm very happy to state that our Honorable Vice Chancellor, with his vision, he's because of him, we are conducting 16th international conference, 16th in a row. So it is not an easy task to conduct an international conference every year, because it takes a lot of efforts. So I am seeing since 1 year, so Deepa Shanai and team, they are working day and night, and Honorable Vice Chancellor always has a chat with Deepa Shanai about the progress of the work since 1 year. So it is the effort and the vision of Professor Venugopal sir, who was the principal and now the Honorable Vice Chancellor, and he is for the students' knowledge growth. And and in his inaugural address, he has mentioned so many things, and also he is proud that his students are topping in the H index in Bangalore University. I once again congratulate Professor Raja and Professor Deepa Shanai for their achievements and for their excellent publications. Hope other teachers also will follow, because computer science is an upcoming field, so you can publish number of papers. Whereas in the branch like civil engineering and mechanical engineering, we have the field applications. Whereas computer science, you can always expand your field to any field, medical, civil engineering, any field you have the application. That is the advantage of computer science, and it is the privilege that our UBC is honoring our distinguished alumni, Anand Atreya. He is #1 CEO in the world. He has been elected last year as #1 CEO in the world. And our one more distinguished alumni, Sri Kumarji Naik, who has done his IAS, and he is heading the education department as the principal secretary in the ACS. He is the distinguished alumni from Civil Engineering Department. Both of them are honored today. They are felicitated today. And also,
Rupa Pai
it will be, yeah, Rupa Pai, and
from
inaugurated
computer science.
science, and inaugurated by our former Vice Chancellor of Goa University, L.M. Patnaik. So he is always the guiding source for all the conferences, and he will be there today. And it's really a prestigious one, and it is very special one this year because the Senate Hall, the conference hall was inaugurated, is renovated. It is because of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, we've spent around 48 lakhs for the renovation, and the first major function will be held today, and it is a special occasion, and it is a special moment for this international conference. And also at this juncture, I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor after he has taken over. So we have seen many developments in the college. 25 crores we have utilized effectively renovation, and now the alumni, it is a habit for the alumni. Every day they're coming and have the photograph with the the new renovated buildings, the elevated elevation and all. They're liking it. The color combination we maintain, the archaeological thing we have maintained, and it is all credit goes to our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Definitely, sir, and with your blessings, definitely we'll carry on. We'll try our best to see that the mechanical block Budli Puja will be over, and other buildings will be started. Once it is started, it will go on. Otherwise, we know very well the construction will not take up at all. So for all these things, we are very much grateful to you, sir, and we definitely our team, all the teachers will work hard and see that your dream will come true. And next year, definitely we will have a grand cultural event for this conference in the open air theater. That is your vision, and your actually, because of you have spent for the information of many, those who don't know, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, every day he will go to each and every place, and then he will visit even the minute micro level he will see. And he jovially always says that he has become the civil engineer also. He knows everything, all the terminologies, everything he knows, and then he guide the contractors, engineers, everybody, and see that it will go on. So thank you very much, sir. And I once again thank the organizers for conducting this conference in our college, and I wish all the best for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Sunil, sir. You can go ahead with the vote of thanks.
Good morning, all. It gives me an immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, Dr. Sunil Kumarji, on behalf of the organizing committee of 16th International Conference on Information Processing, ICInPro 2021, sincerely thank Dr. L.M. Patnaik, sir, Adjunct Professor, INSA, Senior Scientist, NIAS, and General Chair of ICInPro 2021. Thank you, sir. I wish to express my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University and Publication Chair, ICInPro 2021, Dr. Venugopal K.R. sir, for providing us encouragement and constant support to conduct this program. Sir, we will ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. I would like to thank Professor H.N. Ramesh.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Professor H.N. Ramesh, Principal, UVC, for their constant and moral support to conduct this conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. P. Deepa Shanai, Syndicate Member, Bangalore University, Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Professor, Department of CSE, UVCE, and Finance Chair, ICInPro 2021 for her continuous support to conduct this conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sunil.
I extend my thanks to Dr. S.M. Dilip Kumar, Professor and Chairperson, Department of CSE, UVC, for his cooperation to conduct this conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil.
I extend my thanks to Dr. K.B. Raja, Professor and Chairperson, Department of Electronics and Communications, UVC, and Local Arrangement Chair, ICInPro 2021, for his cooperation to conduct this conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Dr. Triveni J, OSD, Professor, Department of CSE, UVCE, and Finance Chair, ICInPro 2021, for her encouragement to conduct this conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sunil.
I wish to extend my thanks to our today's resource persons, Mr. Supreet YS and Mr. Aditya SK from TechTube Labs. A sincere thanks to all the committee members of ICInPro 2021, professors from Department of CSE, UVCE, and Training and Placement Officer, UVCE, chairpersons, faculty members from the other departments of UVCE and Bangalore University for their cooperation to conduct this event. I extend my thanks to all the authors, participants, professors, faculty members, research scholars, students from across the globe. I thank Mr. Satish, Vision UVC. He created and maintaining our conference website, and he is working with us from the beginning of the conference. Thank you, Satish. Last but not the least, I thank all the UVCE IEEE volunteers for their involvement and willingness that they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. Thank you all. Hoping this conference benefits you all greatly and helps you to carry forward this knowledge wherever you go. All the best. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Sunil sir.
Okay, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ.
Okay, sir. See you in the evening, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
End the meeting?
No, sir.
For 10
Supreet
o'clock.
is here, sir.
Yeah,
Sir,
10 o'clock
Supreet is here,
or
sir.
continue ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾರೆ sir.
Supreet is here, sir. Resource person.
Huh?
Resource person ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ sir. Supreet ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Bye.
Supreet, welcome to today's tutorial 1.
Thank you,
Supreet
ma'am.
YS, yeah, CEO, TechTube Labs. Now I request Neetu, PhD scholar, CSE, to introduce Supreet to the participants.
Pratibhavani, shall I leave?
Yeah, okay, sir. Thank you so
sir.
much,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
See you in
Thank you,
college.
sir.
I have to go to college. All the best.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
now
All the best,
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ.
Pratibhavani, you are doing wonderful job. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
ನೀತಾ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ?
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Now you are
Yes,
audible.
Neetu, yes, Neetu, you are audible. now.
Thank you. Supreet YS. Mr. Supreet YS is a Facebook India ambassador, Hacker Health ambassador, co-founder and CEO at TechTube Labs, as well as a director at ASQR Technologies. Mr. Supreet has completed tech entrepreneurship specialization
Neetu, you are not audible, Neetu. Neetu. Neetu.
ನೀತಾ ಅವಳು ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾಳಮ್ಮ. Pratibha, if you have his CV, kindly read out.
Yes, ma'am, I'll do, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sandra. Madam. Give me that. Come here. Come back. It's okay. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, Pratibhavani ma'am. Suprit Vyas. Mr. Suprit Vyas is a Facebook India ambassador, Hacker Earth ambassador, co-founder and CEO at TechCube Labs, as well as a director at ASQR Technologies. Mr. Suprit has completed Tech Entrepreneurship Specialization from IIT Gandhinagar, MBA in Business Analytics, and Bachelor in Information Science from RV College of Engineering, Bangalore. He is a trainer and product developer in the artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and blockchain domains. He has worked as a design architect for various government and private projects. He is currently working as an IoT consultant for a central government project which is related to smart tracking, baggage tracking system for airports using RFID, and IoT for airports, which is funded by MHRD, is an ongoing project. He is a winner and world finalist of Climate Launchpad 2018, representing India in Scotland. His innovation, developed impact-sensitive headgear, was considered as one among top 10 innovations from around the world, which represents India in Dubai, and much more. He has filed a patent on impact-sensitive headgear, an add-on module for headgear capable of measuring the impact on head, if any, during mishaps, and capable of alerting emergency services with the location of the victim. He also filed on radio frequency based asset tracking system. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. So I request sir to continue over the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the great introduction.
ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆನ್ ದ ವೇ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀತ್ ವೆರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯು
Thank you so much. So ma'am, are we good to start?
Yes, Suprit, we can go ahead.
Okay, could you please give me 2 minutes? I'll just open my slides and keep the contents ready.
Okay.
So I was prepared for 10 a.m. So just give me 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Pratibha ma'am, could you please confirm if my slide is visible? It
Yes,
says
yes,
Introduction
yes,
to
Supreet.
Python Programming.
Yes,
Okay.
Supreet, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, could you also confirm if my idle is visible, Python idle on the screen?
Yes, Supreet, it's visible.
Okay.
Okay, Nagaraj, you can leave.
So can we start, ma'am?
Supreet, we can start now.
Okay. So good morning, all. My name is Supreet, and as ma'am introduced, I'm the co-founder and CEO of TechWid Labs. So before we move on with this particular session, I'd like to give you a quick overview of what we do and what our company is all about, how we are actually helping engineering community and students to upskill themselves and get paid. So TechWid Labs is a NASCOM and IIM Bangalore incubated edtech company. So we mainly partner up with engineering colleges. We set up innovation centers mainly to help students become more creative, help them start their own companies or build innovative products. So this is what we do on the whole. So as of now, we are partnered with more than 50 engineering colleges across Karnataka. And I'm proud to tell you all that we are one of India's highest rated edtech companies on Google. Apart from this, we not only just train the students and certify them, but we are also going to connect them to job opportunities. So we have associated with big companies like the Math Company, Mercedes Benz, then list out all the service based companies like Infosys, Capgemini, Global Edge, and many more. So these kind of companies, they come to us to recruit skilled students because a lot of times we upskill final year students, pre-final year students on latest emerging technologies, be it AI, ML, data science, cyber security, cyber forensics, Internet of Things, blockchain, name any advanced technologies. We have list of certification programs in association with big companies like Microsoft, Apple, and many more. So we are not only helping students to upskill themselves, but also helping them to find suitable job opportunities. So we have helped students grab job opportunities with packages ranging from 5 lakh to all the way up to 30 lakhs per annum. So this is what we do on the whole. And today we have been invited to deliver this small tutorial session on Python programming. So my co-founder Aditya, he'll be joining the next session. He'll be taking you through the various applications and data cleaning concept, data extraction concepts, something related to machine learning and data science. So what I'll be doing is I'll be introducing you all to Python programming. So what exactly is Python and how to go ahead with this. If you don't have any knowledge about Python, it's totally fine. By the end of 2 or 2.5 hours, you'll definitely be able to sit down and write some code. So that is for sure, and that's an assurance from our side. So let's quickly move on with today's session. Okay, so before we move on to Python programming, we'll have this as an interactive session. So I'll be asking a few questions. So you can, instead of unmuting yourselves and talking, it would be really great if you can type the answers on the chat. So I'll pick up few suitable answers and I'll be able to discuss, okay, so that we can make this entire session an interactive one. So firstly, why Python? We had C, we had C++, we had Java, but in the last 5 to 6 years, Python gained huge, it gained huge attention, and like every single college is now adopting Python programming in its curriculum, especially the universities and even all the colleges. They have introduced Python programming in their curriculum, and all companies are looking for Python developers. Why is this sudden change? Any idea, participants? You could type the answers on the chat. I'll just give you 1 minute time. Why is Python gaining so much of attention, and why is it becoming so popular? Big companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon, they're all switching from Java or C++ to Python. Some of the biggest applications that are being developed right now are in Python. Why is that so? Flexibility. Yes, absolutely right. Optimized and easy to learn. Okay. Open source, support for machine learning. Yes. Any other reasons? Simplified syntax. Yes, that's great. Packages are available easily. Less number of code lines. This is interesting. I'll come back to this particular answer in a while. Used in various applications like, yes, natural language processing, NLP, data science, data analytics, ML, computer vision. Yes, of course. Okay. So almost 99% of the answers that the participants gave today are related to the developer side. Okay. So why should a person learn Python? So your answers were related to that. But on the corporate side or on the IT company side, why are many companies switching over to Python? So one particular participant actually told it takes less number of lines to code a particular program. So this is the main reason. Apart from this, yes, of course, you gave a lot of other reasons as well. There are a lot of libraries, and it's easy to learn. It's easy to implement. It's flexible, and you can use it in any platform. That's all available. But this one particular feature makes a lot of companies, especially the startups, not only startups, even big reputed multinational companies as well, to incorporate Python. It takes less lines to code a particular program or to build a particular project. So what does that mean? If it's going to take less number of lines, the first advantage is you can write the programs quickly, right? So when we write programs quickly, when developers write programs quickly, what's the outcome of that? Efficiency, right? So they are able to do more work in a given day of time, right? So if you take in Java or if you take in C++, probably in an entire day, a developer would write one program or two big programs. Okay. So but if you take in Python, it would go all the way up to 5 or 10, something like that, right? So it definitely depends on the size of the programs. But I was just trying to give you an example, how using Python can make developers more efficient, in turn help companies to cut down costs and make more profits. So this is one of the main reasons why many companies are moving on to Python. Yes. Second thing is, yes, because there are huge number of developers. It's open source, right? Someone told me it's open source. So what is the use of open source framework for this entire Python programming language? There are millions and millions of contributors or developers. We call it as Python community, right? So basically developers from all over the world, they keep contributing towards the development of Python programming language as a whole. They add more features, they add more libraries. This is one of the main reasons again. So you can consider these two reasons, okay? Why Python is becoming more popular. Can anyone give some examples of applications where Python is actually used? You could, yes, of course, you can search it on Google and you can answer, or if you know the answers, you can share them directly. Any real world applications which are built on Python? Okay, deep learning. I mean, like any particular product that you know? Let me see, computer vision. Okay. Games can also be developed using Python. Yes. A lot of basic games can be developed using Python. How many of you know about Netflix? Yes, Netflix, Instagram. Yes, it's all basically built using Python. Perfect. Okay, great. So yes, many of you guys got some of the applications. That's really great. Now let me ask a question. It's a common misconception amongst most of the people, most of the developers, most of students. I'll give you 1 minute to think. Is Python faster? This is the question in which many companies also ask their students, or during their interviews they also ask this question: is Python faster? How many of you think it's fast? You can raise your hands. So I think there's an option to raise the hands. Let me see. Yes. If you think Python is faster, you can raise. Okay, there are a few participants. Okay, you think Python is faster. That's absolutely fine. Mainly because it takes less number of lines to code. You think that it's faster sometimes. Okay, that would be the reason given by many of them actually. Any other reason which makes you think Python is faster? Students who raise your hands, could you please comment on the chat? Any other reason which would make you think Python is fast? Okay, I'll go the other way around. Probably, student participants don't want to answer that. Okay, what makes you think Python is slow compared to your C or C++? Now, all the participants who said it's slow, could anyone answer this? When I say fast or slow, I meant the execution, not the development. Okay, execution, it's 100% faster than C or C++. I mean, development is 100% faster than C or C++. But when we talk about execution, it is slow. Yes, now we are getting a lot of answers. It is interpreted at runtime. Exactly. That's why it takes more time. Yes, because it's an interpreted language. Perfect. It needs some time in resolving the libraries. Excellent. It's dynamic nature. So what exactly is dynamic nature? I have covered this point, whenever it comes to variables. I'll just make sure that I'm going to talk about that. Okay, entire code compiled once in C, whereas in Python, it's an interpreted language. It's line by line execution. Real-time object resolution takes time. Yes, perfect. Okay, so it looks like most of you have a fair idea of why Python execution is slower. Python development is faster. I've already told you it takes less number of lines, and there are a lot of inbuilt functions, inbuilt libraries. It makes a development process easier and quicker. So have you all heard of the concept called as prototypes? In software development or in any product development. So there is this term called as prototype. So what are prototypes basically? They are not the finished products or projects. It is just used to proof of concept. Yes, they are basically called as proof of concepts. So this is the first thing that any developers or any designers do. So they develop a prototype first, try to see if all features could be added and if all the clients requirement is satisfied. So Python is mainly used for prototyping purpose. Okay, so it's very easy to develop anything, be it a software module, be it a web application, okay, be it a simple game, be it a UI user interface, anything. Okay, they use Python. No, I'm not switching my slides. I'm still on the introduction slide. So I'll be moving on. Okay. So yes, Python is mainly used for prototyping. It's a great tool to experiment. And if you want to build something really quickly, then go for Python. Okay. So that's one thing. So let's quickly move on to the rest of today's topic. So these are all the terms which you can find on Google, and any textbook or any content online, you can find all of these. It's a general purpose, it's an interpreted programming language. Yes, many of you guys actually mentioned this particular term. It's interpreted, right? Okay, then it's interactive, object oriented. You all know what's object oriented, and it's a high level programming language. It was created by this person called as Udo van Rossum during 1985 to 1990. Can you just see this particular time frame when Python was actually created and when it gained popularity? It's amazing to see, right? Such a probably like 15, 20 years or 30 years probably, this particular programming language was created, but it gained popularity in the last 5 to 8 years only, right? Mainly because of its applications. So when people got to know that there are a lot more applications that they can build using Python than just write some code to perform some operations, like C or C++, many people started switching. Okay, so this is one of the main reasons why it gained a huge popularity. Just give me a moment. I'll actually show you the growth rate of Python. I think I have that image.
Supreet?
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, I was just searching for the image. Probably I'll just find it in my folder during the break. So yes, what I wanted to show you is how Python is actually gaining huge importance in the industries and how people are adopting to Python and how quickly are people adopting to Python compared to other programming languages. So I just wanted to show that particular image. Never mind, I'll search it during the break time and I'll show it to you all. Okay. So here it is. There are some terms which needs some explanation. So Python is interpreted. So you use all of these terms whenever we are introducing Python. So let's see what is interpreted. So Python is processed at runtime by the interpreter. So there is no need to compile the entire program, just like how our other programming languages used to work. And before executing, we had to compile them, and if there were any errors, then that would be notified. We used to correct them, then go for executing it. But it's not like that. So it is actually interpreted at runtime itself. This is similar to other programming languages like Perl and PHP. So hypertext preprocessor, which is commonly used in the web development aspect, in the backend, in the server side scripting. So that's also similar to Python. Both are at runtime. So yeah, just yeah. So next is Python is interactive. You can actually set a Python prompt and interact with the interpreter directly to write your programs. So Python programming can be done in multiple ways. You can write in command prompt. You can have an idle. You can have an IDE. So today will be I'll be actually showing some of the applications and some of the programs live examples in an idle. Okay. So I'll tell you how to download the Python idle and how to practice. So my entire tutorial would be split up into theory and practicals. So some of the concepts I would prefer to teach you the theory concepts first, then execute them and show you the output. In parallel, I would recommend all students or all participants also to download and practice with me, so that just with 2.5 hours you will be able to get some good confidence on Python programming. So if you just sit and look at my slides or hear out my explanation, after probably 1 day or 2 days, you'll forget everything. So we'll go hand in hand. Let's make this a hands-on session. So I'll be giving you 1 to 2 minutes time after typing every line of code. Meanwhile, on the back end, you can also type them and practice them. It will give you good amount of confidence. Trust me, everyone. Okay. Now next, it's object oriented. Okay, Python supports object oriented style of techniques. You can create classes, you can create objects. All the concepts of encapsulation, abstraction. All these concepts are included in Python. So which makes it as an object oriented programming language. Talking about the features, I think many of the participants already explained about all of these features in your comment itself. It's easy to learn. It has few keywords, simple structure, and you can use your so most of the keywords that we are going to use is like your common English letters or English words. I'll show you which are those keywords, right? And it's easy to read. Give it to a student. Even students in their schools, like probably in their high schools or even in their middle schools, they're all learning Python because it's so easy to understand and so easy to write and easy to maintain. So what is this easy to maintain? Python source code is fairly easy to maintain. So if you see the style, coding style, so in the corporate or IT industries, it's not just that one person writes the entire code for a project, right? So one person contributes or he writes a particular module, then passes on that module to another developer where he's going to add some features. It goes to multiple developers or multiple people who are going to design the entire product. So when the code is passed on from one developer to another developer, it should be really easy to understand. Okay, and Python doesn't have brackets. If you don't know what the concept is, in all the other programming languages, we use brackets whenever there's a body or whenever there's a function, right? So you can randomly put anything inside the brackets. But at the last, everyone would have faced this problem. Brackets would be missing, there would be mismatching brackets sometimes, right? Everyone would face a lot of issues. But in Python, that's not there because Python mainly works on indentation. So what is indentation? It's spacing. I'll come to that particular slide as well. So this makes it very easy to understand, read, and maintain as well. Now moving on to one of the other important concepts, there's a huge library which is a library set which is available, right? Name any application that you want to design, there will be 1 or 2 libraries available on internet. Someone would have developed. Even people like you and me can also write some libraries. We can host it on GitHub. Okay, so it's as easy as that. So you can just go download that, include that in your code, and you can start executing it. So that makes it very easy. Now, portable. So what exactly is portable? Does it mean that we can carry Python from one place to another? So, it's not exactly like that, but you can use Python on wide variety of hardware platforms and, which are the same interface on all the platforms. Okay, so that makes it a portable programming language. Now, so quickly, without wasting much time, we'll move on to the concept of identifiers. So before moving on to that, so let's quickly try to, download the Python IDLE. Okay, so I'll show you where and how you can actually download. So we'll not download an IDE, integrated development environment. Okay, I'll show you both probably, but IDE is not required as of now. Most of the things that I'm going to show you today, you can learn them using the IDLE itself. You can practice them, and it's very simple and easy to download. So that's the reason I'm going with IDLE. So just give me a second. I'll show you both how to do that. Meanwhile, keep your laptops ready. Okay, I want all the participants to sit in front of their laptops and go hand in hand. If you want me to wait some at particular instances, please do let me know. You can type it on the chat. I have my chat window open, so I'll give you some time. If you have some queries, you can type it on chat immediately. We can sort it out. So please keep a notebook handy and also a laptop. Many people have the habit of taking notes in their laptop itself. That's really good actually, because you can take notes quickly. You can open a notepad and you can write down important points. Some people, what they do is they also take screenshots and save them. That's a complicated thing. So I'd refer, I would prefer you have a notebook or a notebook on your notepad on your laptop to note down some important points. And please do practice side by side. Okay, so let me open up Python. Could you please confirm if my screen is visible? I'm into python.org website right now.
Yes, Supreet.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Okay, people, you can just type in python.org. So this is the official website, web app, where everything about Python is available. You can download, you can learn, okay, you can read the documentation. Everything can be completed here. So I'll give you just 2 minutes to just explore this. So if you go to documents, you can find all the manuals. So you can find some books, you can find some library references here. So if you go to the developer's guide, you can literally find everything on the left-hand side. You will get some topics, you will get some concepts, installation steps. Everything would be available here. Versions of Python, what are the main versions of Python? Just 2 minutes, kindly explore this particular site. After probably today's session, you can go back home and explore much of it. And there's something called as Python community as well. So where you can contribute to Python's development. So it says, get involved. You can share some success stories, or probably if there are any errors, you can highlight them. If there are any problems, just like Stack Overflow, you can use the Python community as well. So there is a news section and event section. That's not of much use to us. So in download section, what you can do is, can someone mute? I think someone. Yeah, thanks. Okay. So you can just go to the download section and you can select your OS and install that. It's very easy. Okay. So please do download this. You can go to downloads. If you're using a Mac OS or Linux or Windows, select the appropriate one and click on download. Download and install. Probably it would take 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes. Everyone, please do install it. I'll just repeat again. Go to python.org. So this is the official website. In the download section, select Windows or Mac or other platforms, and you can download the required one. Okay, so as soon as you click on download, there would be an exe file. As you can see on the bottom left-hand side, you can see this particular exe file here. It gets downloaded. It's going to take 1 minute time. So after it's downloaded, just double click on it and you can follow all the instructions, install, give permissions for everything, and it will be ready in probably like 2 minutes more. Okay, 20. That's it. So hope all the participants are along with me in the installation phase. I won't be installing it again because I already have it in my system.
Yeah, Supreet, 1 minute. If any doubts in between, just you can raise your hand. Just I'll unmute. Is it okay, Supreet?
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Or if it's a common doubt, you can just type it on the chat so that I can read it out and explain it to everyone. Anything is fine.
Okay, okay.
I'll give you 1 minute, participants. Please do install Python and be ready with it. How to check? You can just type in Python in your search bar. And it says IDLE. Okay. If you click on that, this particular screen opens. It's Python idle, IDLE. Okay, you can just click on search and type here, so you can see the first one, idle. So this is what you need to open. Okay, so once you have completely installed and you're on this particular idle screen, raise your hand so that I can get to know how many participants are actually ready. Okay, so once you're ready with this particular idle screen, you can raise your hands.
Suprit, someone raised their hands.
Yeah, ma'am. That's because I just asked them to raise their hands if they have finished, installation process. Okay, 4 out of around 86. Okay, I think we'll have to give 1 or 2 minutes more time. Go to the idle. Okay, few students have doubt. Go to idle. Okay, are you all done? Okay, so someone is asking what's the difference between shell and idle. For now, don't worry, much about it. So in Python shell, so you'll have it. It's just like a line by line, execution. So wherein if you have any confusion with the syntax, or if you are new to programming, you can just type them out and you can check. Or sometimes if you are installing any libraries and all, we usually do it on shell. And in the idle is a combination. Basically, it consists of the text editor, and the shell is also included in that. And there's a Python programmer and many more. It consists of all the things. And idle. What is the difference between idle and IDE? Okay, idle is for Python. That's it. Idle is a package. IDLE is a package designed only for Python. Okay, IDE is in general. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. That is in general. There are different tools. Okay, it consists of everything. You can write the code in a much better format, and you can organize your code. If you're doing a very big project, you would have to do multiple Python files, right? How we are going to organize those files in a folder, and the way you look at the code, everything would be more organized in an IDE. Okay, so there are multiple IDEs. Let me check if I can show you some of the best IDEs for Python. So there are a lot of IDEs. There, something like Spider, something called as Kite, Sublime Text, then Jupyter. Okay, so you can just go online. PyCharm is the best. Okay, so let me just show, because I also used PyCharm initially. Yeah, so you can download this particular IDE. It's very good. It's actually free of cost for developers. So you can download that. So it's a bigger file actually. It's a bigger package. Probably it would be a lot of MBs. I'm not sure, 100 or 200 MBs. So you can download this. It's very similar. Okay, your programming would be the same. This is just like a platform. If you know Eclipse or Android Studio, which you use to develop your Android apps, it is something like that. Okay, so don't worry much about Tidal, IDE, Shell, and all. So we'll straight away start off with programming. Okay. Are you all ready here? Are we good to go? Now, if you can raise your hands, let me see how many are actually ready so that we can quickly start. I think I've given plenty amount of time. Please raise your hand so that I can understand that all the participants are ready here. If not, you'll start missing out on things. Okay, so we've got around 10 hands raised. So let's quickly start. Let me not waste much time here. So let's quickly go ahead. So the first thing that we'll be discussing about is identifiers. Okay, so what exactly is an identifier? So it's basically like a name of the variable. Okay, if you are comfortable with coding with C or C++ or Java or any programming language, you name the variables, right? So in Python, we call them as identifiers. So this is the definition again. A Python identifier is a name used to identify a variable, a function, a class, a module, or any other object. Okay, so basically it's a name, which is used to identify all of these things. Then, so there are certain rules for the identifiers. You should be very careful with these. You need to know the rules. If not, while you're writing a particular program, you would get errors. That is for sure if you are not followed any rules for naming the identifiers. So these are the basic rules. An identifier starts with a letter, again A to Z, or capital or small, both are allowed. Underscore is allowed. Okay, followed by 0 or more letters, underscores, and digits. So all these things are allowed in identifiers. Remember this point. Many companies during their interviews have asked this particular question. Okay, so can underscore be used, or which special character can be used while naming a particular variable or a function or anything? So underscore can be used. Now, Python does not allow punctuation characters or other special characters like @ dollar symbol, then modulus symbol with identifiers. So these characters are not allowed. Okay, so probably you can note down these, or you can take a snap. And Python is case sensitive programming language. For example, if you write okay, let me take UVCE. So UVC is different and UVCE is different. Okay, so these are considered as two different identifiers. Okay, it's not one and the same. Okay, so when we say it is case sensitive, it means that uppercase and lowercase matters a lot. Okay, so it's not one and the same. So that's one thing. Now let's just quickly move on to reserved words, which are the words which cannot be used as identifiers. Okay, so again, here we come. So these are all the words that you cannot use them as names of variables, names of objects, names of classes. You cannot basically use them. Okay, so again, just have a quick glance of all these words. I'll tell you where exactly these words are used and why you should not use them in naming any of the variables. Okay, you can just read all these. They're all simple English words. You should not use them in naming, else it will give you an error. And not, as, finally, or, for. For you will know because we are using it for loops, right? For loop, while loop, Of course, you can't use words like class, break, continue. Any doubts still here? If you have any doubts, I'll quickly clear them for you right away, because next we'll be going very quickly. Okay. Well, because it was the initial first few concepts, I took them slow. We'll have to cover a lot. If you have any doubts, please type them on the chat immediately. I'll clear them out for you. Okay. So hope the concept is pretty clear. Identifiers, what they are, and which are the reserved words which you cannot use them as identifiers. So hope this particular concept is clear for you. Now let us go to the first statement, print statement. Okay, so how do you print anything? So I'll show you two things. One is printing a particular value, or printing a particular variable which consists of a value. Okay, now what I've done is I have created a variable a and I've assigned it to a value 2. Okay. So it's pretty simple. It's a straightforward. You have to use the keyword called as print. Okay. So print with the name of the variable. Okay. So this is pretty straightforward, right? Or if you want to print something, you have to use quotes, single quotes or double quotes. You can also use triple quotes. I'll tell you when. It's also included in my slide. So just like it's as simple as that. Okay. You can all practice. Meanwhile, you can just type it and check it out. You will get some confidence. I know it's very easy, but you just type it once and you get the output. You will get some confidence. This is how you learn quickly. Okay. You can probably take a snap of this, or you can quickly note down a few words. Everything is not required because most of the terms are pretty familiar to you all, like while loop, for loop. I've already told you continue, break. You'll be new to and, finally, or not, because these words are not used in your C programming or Java programming. Okay, so these English words are used in Python. Okay, so you'll be seeing them for the first time here. Rest of the words are known. See, you also can't use the reserved word called as print. Okay, so the next important concept in Python is indentation. So what exactly is indentation? It is spacing, space basically. Okay, many of the participants usually they get confused. What is this indentation? How does it work? It's pretty simple. Space. Okay, space, your space bar. Okay, so one tab space or a space bar of space. Okay, this is basically indentation. Python does not use brackets or braces. Okay, have you seen this particular thing? You use in all the programming languages, right? In C or probably or C++ or Java. So if you're writing a function, or if you're writing an if condition, you use this particular curly braces. Yeah, true, right? Many of the students, you would have all faced this probably in your first year or second year. Whenever you're writing a program, you will forget to put some bracket somewhere. Okay, the entire control of the program gets messed up. So keeping that in mind, what they did in Python was they completely removed the concept of braces itself to create some particular loops, or probably to create a body. They have removed that, and they have gone to indentation. As you can see, there is no bracket here, but this is considered as an entire body. because there is a particular amount of space that is given here, right? So let me give you a quick example. I'll just type it out for you. You can also type it in parallel and you can have a fair understanding. Okay, so let me also tell you where you can type multiple lines of code. So here in this particular feature or in the shell, you can only write one line of code. As soon as you click on enter, it will execute. Just like, for example, a is equal to, not a, okay, b is equal to 5. So as soon as I click on enter, so it comes to the next line. If I click on b, it would. Now, where do you write multiple lines of code? It's pretty simple. Go to file, top left hand side, click on file, go to new file. Okay, so as soon as you click on that, this plain empty white window will appear. Okay, so whatever code that you want, you can type it here. Okay, line by line, you can type it here and together run it. Okay, so you need not execute it line by line as in this shell how we used to do it. So in this particular new file, create everything, write all the lines of code, then together we can save it, then we can run it. Okay, so we'll be performing a lot of such operations here. So keep this particular new file ready. Okay, I'll tell you when and where you could start. Okay, so hope everyone are clear about indentation. So you'll get to know more about indentation when we start working with loops and many more. I'll be explaining that in the next few slides, so you'll get a fair idea about how this particular indentation plays a very important role. Okay, now quotes, right? So whenever you are adding a string or a character to any variable, okay, you can use single quotes, as I've already told you, or you can use double quotes. It's left up to you. You can either use this or this one based on your preference. If you want to have multiple lines, see, for example, this particular identifier called as paragraph is holding the string called as, this is a paragraph. It is made up of multiple lines of sentences. As you can see, it has come to the next line, right? So whenever you use triple quotes, okay, so it's combination of triple double quotes, as you can see here, 2, 2, and 2. Okay, so whenever you want to add any big paragraph or any big group of sentences to a particular variable, if it is spanning to more than one line, you use triple quotes. See, because this particular multiple lines of sentences is in the next line, right? But if you want that to be considered as a value of paragraph, you have to add triple quotes. If it is just a single line, use single quotes or double quotes. Okay. Can you please mute someone? Okay.
Supreet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
It's working. Yeah, fine. So please get to know the importance of these two sentences. Now there is one small question that I would like to ask everyone. Okay, why did Python give two options, a single quotes and double quotes? I told you both are same, right? But there is one small use case of why they allowed this particular feature. You can use either single quotes or double quotes. Let me see who can tell that. Again, these are all some interview questions whenever you are applying for a Python developer role. Why did Python give such a feature? You can either use single quotes or double quotes. Can anyone try to answer? Of course, without searching on Google. Space consideration, no. Formatted string. Yes. So let me just show it to you. Any other answers, participants? Could you think of anything? Okay, so yeah, I just typed some examples. So I think students have also, participants have also told some interesting answers. So string representation and regular expression, perfect, yes. If there is a single quote in a string, then I'd have to use double quotes. Exactly, yeah. This is the very same reason why you have been given both the options, okay. So single quote for a word and double quotes for sentences. No, that's not the case. You can use even double quotes for a word. It doesn't matter. So if you want to use a single quote within a particular string, okay, what should you do? That time at the end you use a double quotes and inside you use a single quote, just like how I have done in this particular statement. Or you can interchange them. You can put a single quote outside and double quotes within this particular term. So both the things are allowed. Okay, this is the reason why Python has allowed for both. Okay, so hope you have got to know that. And paragraph, I've already told you, triple quotes, when you use them when your value, that is, if you have a big paragraph, which spans for multiple lines, you have to use triple quotes in the first and at the last. It will automatically consider all the words which are there into this particular variable. Okay, so yeah, now talking about declaration, again a common misconception amongst most of the people out there. They think that in Python there is no data type. How many of you feel that? How many of you feel that there is no data type in Python? I've heard a lot of students actually tell this. No, because we initially don't. Okay, let me just open this up. You will get to know. So how did I assign a value of 10 to a variable called as a? I just typed in a is equal to 10, right? But in C or in C++ or in Java, we used to type it as int a is equal to 10, right? But here we are randomly, typing b is equal to string. Yeah. So just because of the fact that we don't explicitly declare the type of a variable, okay, in Python, it doesn't mean that Python does not have data type. That's very wrong to tell. Okay, so be very careful whenever you are talking to your interviewers or whenever you're in the companies, whenever you are discussing about that. Don't ever say that Python doesn't include the concept of data type. Instead, you need to mention there is no need to explicitly declare the type of the variable. Okay, so how does Python automatically take it then? So I'll tell you during the interpretation time. So as you can see, I have typed in 10. It is going to check what is 10. 10 is an integer, right? So it will manually assign int type to a in the backend. You will not see that. Okay, so that's one thing that you need to keep in mind. And please don't get confused. Don't say that there is no data. There is data type, but you need not explicitly use them here. Okay, so that's one concept that I wanted to tell you all. Yeah. So see, this is the example. As soon as you enter the word 7, it will check in the backend. It will tell that it's an integer. So counter will be an integer type. Then miles 5000.0. So this is a floating type. So automatically miles variable will be declared as a float variable. Again, so conference. So it's a string type, right? So name variable would be a string type. So hope all the participants have fair idea about this. Now moving on to data types. Okay, so what are the different data types available in Python? Okay, so this is a very important concept that you all need to learn, and please pay some attention and please note down them. I'll just give you 30 seconds. Note down them somewhere. The 5 standard data types in Python. Okay, so hope all the participants are clear about the standard data types. Now let me go one by one. Okay, so firstly, let us. Okay, do I always have to initialize a variable as soon as I declare it? So just try it out once. So let me just open the idle and give you a demo of that. So you mean to say that you want to create a variable, right? So let me just type in C. Okay, so here you cannot just declare something and leave it blank. Initialize that, or if you want to declare something, okay, see, both the things won't work here. How you used to do it in C programming or C++ or Java, you used to just declare it out of a particular body, right? For example, int C. Then within that particular, I'll just show it to you in the form of, yeah. So how you used to do is initially you would declare a variable, okay? Then somewhere in the particular loop you would initialize that, right? So this, we'll try it out here. Yeah, so whenever you want to run a particular set of lines of code in Python, you need to first save it, okay? So click on Control S and you have to select a particular folder. By default, save as type will be Python files, okay? .py would be the extension. Click on save, click on run module. So you would get an invalid syntax because you cannot just declare and leave it. You have to initialize it as well. Okay, so if you do it in a program, you would get a lot of errors, and there is no point in just declaring it here. Okay, because I'll actually tell you once we come to the looping part. So there you'll get a fair idea about how we have to initialize these variables, and there is no need to just initialize them as soon as you declare it. Okay, so I'll show it to you when we come there. Okay, so now let's quickly move on to the different standard data types that are available. Numbers, string, list, tuple, or tuple, you can call it anyhow. Different people call it in a different way. And dictionary. Okay, each of them have their own applications. So let's see one by one. So numerical data types, again, there are 3 major types available there. Okay, first is integer. Okay, then next it's float. Third one is complex. Okay, you all know what complex numbers are, right? Any number which can be represented in the form of xi plus j. Okay, those are complex numbers. So in numerical types, again, there are 3 divisions. So these are the 5 standard data types. Under this, in numbers, there are again 3. Okay, int, float, complex. Okay, so hope that's pretty clear to you all. Now we'll move on to string. Now this is like, it's going to be like a hands-on session. Okay, so we will initialize string. str will create a string variable called as str and initialize that to international conference. Okay, so let's shall we all do it side by side? So first type this on your shell. Okay, so please type along with me. So now we initialize the string international conference to an identifier called as str. Okay, so first we will print the complete string. So it prints whatever is there. Okay, so the next thing that we'll do is access only the first letter or the first character in this particular string. How do you access that? We call that as indexing. Okay, so I'll show you how we do it. str 0. So I want to access the first position of this particular string. It is I. So how do I get I? The position of any character starts from 0, not from 1. Okay, please note. Okay, so it starts from 0. So when I gave the index as 0, it got me the first character. Now I'll just use this again. str of probably, let me take 1. I got n. So hope all the participants got to know about this. Please start trying it parallelly. Okay, so I'll execute all these once and then I'll give you some time. Okay, now if I want a group of characters, okay, so let me see, 0 to 2. So what happens is, this is the starting index, this is the ending index. Now you might get confused. 0 will fetch you I, 1 will fetch you n, 2 should fetch you t, but it is fetching only I and n. That's because the last index, it's always -1. So when you say 0 to 2, it will be 0 and 1. When you say 0 to 3, so let me just type that for you all. So please pay some attention. I'm typing in 3 here. It means that you need to get 0th character, first character, and second character. Okay, so it's I and T. So this is the 0th character, that is the character at 0th position, first position, second position. So you got 3 alphabets when you type 0 to 3. Okay, so keep this in mind. So next we'll see what else is lined up. Yeah, if you want some characters from one place to another, okay, so let me just extract on the word conference from this particular string. Now I need to count. This is in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So from 12th, I need everything. So I can just type in 12 and semicolon. Yeah, so 12th is L, so I need to mention it as 13. Can you see here? We got all the characters, including this particular space. Space is the 13th character when you start from 0. 13, 14, 15, anything which comes after 13 would be extracted, and you would get the output. Is it clear? So now let me just see what else is lined up. Yeah, str star. Okay, so we'll just see what this is going to return. Okay. As you can see, star is like a multiplication operator. Okay, so you're going to multiply string. So what is the string? It's international conference by 2. So you would get this twice. Okay, so that's how it's going to go. So if you want to get it 3 times, you just need to type in 3. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's going to work something like this. It's pretty simple. Now, when you want to add something to that particular string, okay, how do we do that? So let me show it to you. As you can see here, if you want to add anything, okay, to this particular string, use a addition symbol, that is plus. Okay, so if you want a space somewhere, so as you can see, there is no space. When you add up two things, Python will not give space. Okay, so it will consider this as a single word. So what you can do is you can just add a particular space here before the colon, I mean before the quote, double quote. Automatically, since I've given a particular space here, that same space would be reflected here. Okay, someone has a doubt why it will fetch till n minus 1. That's how it has been designed as. Okay, so the entire because you can find this application in a lot of other places. Okay, so whenever you go to loops and you would get the application there. Okay, few people, what they tell is, it is not just it is fetching till n minus 1, those many characters it will fetch. That's actually wrong. Okay, if you give 0 colon 2, so it will fetch 2 characters. 0 colon 3, it will fetch you 3 characters from there. Few people tell it in that way. Some people tell it in as n minus 1 way. So n minus 1 is the best. Yeah, so basically if it's not starting from 1, you can give multiple reasons for that. Either if it is from, because it's from 0 it goes to n minus 1, so you can have any understanding of that. Okay, but I've told you it goes up to n minus 1. Indexing, it goes up to n minus 1, so whatever you type in. Okay, so let's quickly move on. Hope everyone have practiced this. Okay, I'll just leave this slide for 2 minutes. Make sure you all practice this. It's going to be really fun and you'll get a complete understanding of all this. Now let me give you a small assignment, by the way. How to fetch the string in a reverse way, or how to fetch characters from the last. Can anyone try? Okay. Yes, sure. We can take a break at 11:30. So what I thought was, let me just finish it off up to 12. Aditya would be joining for the last 1 hour because Python introduction, it's pretty simple. And most of the things can be taught during the process of data extraction, data filtering. So many of the concepts like functions, modules will be taught there. So I thought, let me not repeat them again. So I'll be ending my session at 12 o'clock. So what time shall I give a break, ma'am? Aditya will start from 12. He'll take it till 1 o'clock.
Okay. If you continue till 12, I think Aditya will come at
12 o'clock. 12 to 1, he'll take it. Then 1 to 2, there's a break. Again, from 2 to 4, he'll continue.
okay, ma'am. Then better no, we'll take break at 11:30.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. We can take a break at 11:30 then.
Okay, okay, okay. Fine.
Okay. Yeah. Everyone, please execute all these statements. So we'll probably take another 10 minutes and finish off with the basic data types, and we'll explore loops and decision making, and then we'll end it over there. Please try it out quickly. Last 1 minute. Yes, perfect. Few students got the answer right. You have to use -1. Okay, so let's quickly move on to the next standard data type that is called as list type. Okay, so what are lists basically? I believe all the participants are aware of arrays, right? So array, again, it's a collection, like a container having different data items. We have all used arrays, right? In our C programming or be it in our Java programming, we have used arrays. But here in Python, arrays are the most versatile of Python's compound data types. I'll tell you what is the difference between that. A list contains items separated by commas and enclosed within square brackets. Okay, lists are similar to arrays in C programming. It's very common and similar. One of the main differences is that all the items belonging to a list can be of different data type. So this is the biggest advantage of lists when compared to arrays in your C programming or Java programming or C++ or anywhere. Remember, we used to declare the type of the array as well. Int A is equal to apple, then probably B for ball, C for cat, D for dog. Like we used to declare it, right? They were all string data types. Or probably, so sorry, when I say int, it has to be numbers. When I say string array, it has to be only words. But here, you can fit in any kind of data items, be it integer or be it string or anything can be fitted into a list. Okay, so this is a small example again. So just got it online. So as you can see here, list, it's a variable. We have put up a string. We have put up a number. Within number, we have an integer. We have a float. Again, we have a string data type. Again, we have a float data type. So all of these can be clubbed together in a particular list. So this is the biggest advantage. Okay. So even in list, so there are different operations. So I think all the students can quickly perform them. So let us initialize a list quickly. It's very similar to your string operations. Okay, so as you can see, I have declared a list which contains 4 data items. One is a string, one is a numeric integer, one is a numeric float, and one more is a string again. So when you just print this, every item in that particular list is printed. Okay, now we'll perform some operations. Okay, so I'll declare one more list to show a list concatenation feature. List 1, list 2. Okay, so this is the second list that I've created to explore the last feature. So now let's start printing in. Okay. So when I type in 0, what happens is the item at the 0th position is extracted. Okay, so this is pretty simple. So in a similar way, let's also try out item at the 0th position, item at the 1st position, item at the 2nd position. Okay, just like a string, no difference. Okay, this one feature, can you see here? It works in the same way. I think almost all the features, but I wanted to show it to you. So if you're given colon -1, so it will reverse. Okay, all the characters, even in the string, that was the task that I'd given you. I think 1 or 2 participants, they highlighted that correctly. Okay, so you have to give colon -1. It will reverse that particular string. So as you can see here, string is UVC. When you're given colon -1, it reverses ECDU. In a similar way, even in the list, okay, if you want to change the arrangement of the data items, as you can see here, hello is at the last. Now hello came at the first. Then next is 5.5. So it's 5.5 and it goes in the reverse way. Okay. So remember this, these are all some fancy things that you can explore and experiment, once you have a fair idea with Python. Okay, so next, what are the other features which are there? Yeah, multiplication. Yeah, so it also works in the same way. When you type in the multiplication operator, it multiplies the entire list items by 2. So as you can see, it's all the items are occurring twice. Okay, so that is pretty simple. Now next, let us try to do some concatenation. list 1 plus list 2. So what it will do is we have created two lists, right? So this is list 1 and this is list 2. So this is list 2. So it will club in both the objects and it will return as a single list. So that's also done. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Just type everything and check. We have 2 more data types to explore. And then we'll quickly go with loops. Okay, so let's quickly move on to the next most important type. It's called as tuple or tuple, as I've already told you. This is very similar to a list. The only difference is that first thing is, of course, we do it in parenthesis. Okay, so it's not a square bracket here. Second thing is you cannot change the items. You cannot modify it. It's immutable. You cannot change the values. So for example, once you have declared this tuple called as ABCD 786, 2.23 and all, you cannot change it later. Okay, so here is the example. Okay, this is a tuple with all these items and this is a list with similar items. Okay, so here what we're trying to do is we are trying to change the second element at position 2, that is 0, 1 and 2. So we're trying to change 2.23 to 1000. So it says invalid syntax with tuple. But if we try to do the same thing with a list, this will be changed to 1000. So please keep in mind, tuples, you cannot change the data items. It's fixed. Once you declare them, it's done for good. Okay, so that's the only difference between lists and tuples. But in most of the applications, we use lists. Okay, so the main, as you can see here, the main difference between lists and tuples is lists are enclosed in brackets and their elements and size can be changed. Their elements and size can be changed. Please keep this in mind. While tuples are enclosed in parentheses and cannot be updated. So tuples can be thought as read-only lists. So once created, you cannot change them again. Okay, so that is one thing that you need to keep in mind. And rest of the operations are all same with lists and tuples. Everything remains the same. One thing is you cannot update the values. So this updation is not possible. If you can see this particular sentence, it results in an error because you are trying to change the value of this particular 2.23 to 1000, which is not possible in a tuple, but in a list, it is possible. Okay. Coming to the last important part, that is dictionary. Okay. So what exactly are dictionaries? So again, it's a very important data type here. Values and keys, they are stored in a pair. Okay, so I'll show you how it's stored. As you can see here, name John, code 6734, department sales. So just like that, you know, if you are considering a live example, if you want to create a dictionary with all the student details, so this is how you're going to create. So this is called as a key. Okay, and this is called as value. So items are stored in a pair, that is key value pair. Okay, so in your class you have to use name. So whatever name individual's name that you have, your USN, and you can add your actual USN here. You can type in branch and you can type in CSC, ISC, or EC, or whatever. Okay. So in dictionary, your entire set of data items are stored in key value pairs. Okay. So it's very important, and you will find its application in a lot of places. Probably we'll try to include them in the next few sessions of ours. Okay. Yeah, basically dictionaries are like hash tables, with key value pairs. And you can access the values through keys. Okay. So, or you can access the keys through values. So you can use both the ways. And there is a function dot keys and dot values. This will list out all the keys. Dot values will list out all the values. So shall we try out a small example? We have another 6 to 7 minutes. Okay, so let's quickly do a small example. We'll have a similar one. Okay, name will probably have it as so this is a key value pair. Okay. You have to use a colon between the key and value. So you can create your own dictionaries, and we'll try to print using some functions. Okay. So we'll try to print out all the keys. Okay. So the function is dot keys. So whenever you are using a function, you have to use empty brackets. Okay, because this shows that dot keys is a function. Okay, see here, it found name and it found USN. Okay, so in a similar way, we'll fetch dot values as well. So as you can see, we fetched some values. So these are the values. This is a key. This is a value. This is a key value pair. This is first pair. This is second pair, right? So in a similar way, we got this value as well. So this is how dictionaries work. They are pretty interesting. You can find them in a lot of applications and places. Okay. So let's quickly move on to operators. Here, I will not be stressing much upon it, because most of these operators they perform the same function in both in all your programming languages, be it in your C programming or C++ or Java. So let's in arithmetic we have plus, minus, then we have our division, modulus. I think you're all familiar with that, right? Let me not go more on that. Modulus, division, exponent, right? So talking about comparison operators, again, we have double equal to, it is not equal to, less than, greater than, we call them as relational operators. Assignment operators, we have is equal to. So you all know what is assignment operators. Is it plus is equal to, minus is equal to, you all know how it works. Then moving on, next we have bitwise operators, which is in binary, again 0011 binary format. Okay, then you'll have some other set of logical operators, and or no, that's one more set. This is logical operators. Then we have membership. So this will be pretty unique. Okay, so in, not in. Okay, so those are two important things. So I'll just try to get you some example of that. Give me a second. Yeah, I'll show you this particular in operator. Yeah. So students, sorry, I had to take so much of time in typing the code. Can you see here in? This is a membership operator. As you can see here, membership. So it is actually helping you decide if the value of A, that is 2, if it is inside list. Yes, right? It is inside list. Then it is printing 2 is present in list 1. So similarly, just like that, we have not in as well, in and not in. Okay, so that's the new concept that is introduced in Python. So that's one more thing that I had to talk about. So hope you're all clear about that. Then we have identity operators. So again, identity operators is or not is, I is or is not. Okay, so again, it's a similar way, in or not in, something like that. It's a very similar to that. So let me not put some time on that, and we are already running 2 minutes short on our break. So decision making, I'll finish quickly in the probably in the next 2 to 3 minutes. I'll finish it off. Then we can have a break. And what would be the duration of the break?
10 minutes, sir.
10 minutes, is it? Okay,
Yeah,
ma'am.
10. Yeah.
So in that case, I think if we break it 11:30 or probably 11:35, we'll be back by 11:45. I think we can have some more things. I'll be discussing about that later. I think Aditya will take over the session. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. So just 2 more minutes. I'll finish this off. We'll break at 11:35. Okay. So decision making. So decision structures evaluate multiple expressions and produce true or false as the outcome. So based on true or based on false, we can change the flow structure. Okay. So we have 3 things: if, else if, or we call it as ELIF, elif. So in C, C++, it was else if. So here it is ELIF, elif. and we have else. Okay, so this is how the if statement works. So if a condition is true, okay, then go to a particular part of the code. If it is not true, then come to a particular code. Okay, if again, if else works in the same way. Else if you have multiple else's. Okay, if else, or this is the last one. Okay, so the last statement should always be else. It should not be else if. It will evaluate wrongly. Okay, if you just mention it as elif, even the last part, you will go wrong. So the last, if there are multiple expressions to be evaluated, in the last it should be only else. Okay, all other cases it should be elif. Okay, loops, I think we can take it after the break. Okay, so let me not extend again. It's almost 11:35. So ma'am, we'll take a break now.
Yes, sir, sure.
Okay.
Dear participant, I request to take 10 minutes break. That is, now it is 11:34. We'll be back at 11:44. Thank you.
Yeah, Supreet?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, shall we start?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
We had some issue, network issue. That's why actually we made it. Okay, pa. We'll start, Supreet.
Okay, ma'am, sure.
Okay.
So students, so I'd missed out one operator. We'll just finish that off. It's is and not is. I didn't mention that. So it is very simple. As you can see here, the value of A is 2, value of B is also 2. I'm just checking if A is B. It's like your common English, right? We're just checking if both are equal. We will type in so this is one more operator. Okay. Save it and run module. A is equal to B because value of A and value of B is same. Okay. So this was one of the things that we had skipped. Now let's quickly move on to loops. Okay. So loop statement allows us to execute a statement or group of statements multiple times. Okay. So whenever we want a particular code to run again and again, we use loops. Okay. Almost every single application or every single program that we build will have loop somewhere. Okay. So in loops, there are two types. First is while loop and for loop. You already know about both of these. We'll see what while loop is. While loop in Python programming, it repeatedly executes a target statement as long as a given condition is true. Okay. So this is the standard format. While, then you use the keyword called as while. Then we have an expression. Then we have statements that have to be executed again and again until this expression is false. Okay. As long as the expression is true, this will constantly keep evaluating it. Okay. So let's quickly, build a small piece of code. Okay. So I'll take in count is equal to 0. So this is called as the test variable. This count is there, right? So we'll be using this as a test condition. I'll show you when you write the entire code, you will understand. So while is the keyword that we need to use. Okay, sorry, just a second. Okay, so now let me explain the complete while loop to you all. So we have used one variable to keep checking. So this is the expression that we have. Count is less than 20. Any statement within this particular block will get executed. As you can see, we are not putting any bracket, but we are putting one space. This is also one tab space, and this is also another tab space. What happens if I reduce the tab? If I write the code like this, I will show you what the output will become. Can you see here? It says unindent does not match any outer indentation level. So within a particular block, every line should have the same space. Okay, see here, the space here is same, the space here is same. So what happens is both the statements will be considered as while block statements. Okay, so this is how while works, and this is used as a count variable. I mean, the name also is count, but it is used to keep a check on this particular condition. So we keep updating this count variable by 2 every time. So whenever count becomes 22, this condition would be false. That time it will not print anything. Okay, so 20 or 22. So this is the output that you are going to get. So it's simple. You all know the functioning of while loop. So let me not spend more time on that. So now let's quickly go to the for loop. Now, the for statement in Python has the ability to iterate over the items of any sequence such as list or string. So this is the advantage of for loop over while loop. So in while loop, you cannot iterate over the lists or string, but in for loop, you can iterate over every character. Okay, so it's one more interesting aspect. So let me just bring in an example for you to explain for loop. Okay, so let me bring in shell. Now what we'll do is we'll create a list. Okay. Yeah. So this is a simple for loop to show you. Now I've created a list with multiple integer items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let me create some more string type as well. Okay. So what you're doing is whenever you're using a for loop, this works in a pretty different way when you compare to Java, because in Java or C++, you do for I is equal to 0, I less than so and so, I plus plus. So this is what you do. But here you can use it in a different way. You have to declare a variable. So someone asked me, right? So whenever you declare a variable, is it mandatory to initialize that? So at this particular use case, you need not initialize that to anything. So it depends on case to case basis. Okay. So where exactly you're using that. So see, you are taking a variable. Okay. And you are using this variable to fetch every item inside this list. So this is where this in keyword comes in, and you are printing that particular variable. So what it will do is this variable will fetch 1 and it will just print. Again, this variable will fetch 2, it will print. So this is something how it works. Okay. So for loop is also pretty simple. And I hope all the students have understood for loop. So in a similar way, we can iterate over string as well. Okay. So let's try for a string. Yeah. So as you can see here, we have extracted every character of that particular string and we have printed that. Now this might look very simple, but when you start building applications, be it in natural language processing or in your data science projects, this will play a very important role. Okay. So hope all the students are clear about what loops are, for loop and while loop, and they're pretty simple. I have shown you the syntax as well. So this is the syntax for loop. You declare the keyword for, then you initialize a variable, then you use the keyword in, then str, wherever you want to iterate. Now I'm iterating over this entire string, right, and printing that particular character. So we got the output. So this is how it goes. So we have come to the end of the first session. So the next session will be starting off with some, detailed concepts, wherein some amount of Python would also be taught to you there as well in the data extraction, data cleaning process, and everything. So Aditya will be taking over, and I would just I'll ask him to join. Just give me a 2 minutes time, students. Meanwhile, if you have any doubts till whatever we have covered, you can ask me on the chat. I'll be glad to clear them for you. Just type them on the chat. I'll take them up one by one. Okay.
Just to ask it once again, there is no otherwise.
Any doubts? Like if any doubts, then can ask us, like, or can type in the chat. I think, sir, there is no any doubts. Maybe everyone are very clear about the concept.
Come on. Supreet.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, shall we wind up by giving feedback?
Sure, ma'am. Yeah. So Aditya will be joining over shortly. So please do allow him to the meeting.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. It was a wonderful session on Python, going basics with depth clarification along a practical demo and clarifying the doubts in time. It was a pleasure to have you as a resource person in the tutorial. We expect to have much more sessions on the further days. Thank you for accepting this invitation and presenting a wonderful session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supreet.
It's not audible, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thanks for inviting me. It was a great session. I had wonderful time interacting with all the participants. Thank you all. Thanks for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ma'am, Aditya would be joining right now. If you just see him on your meeting, please do allow him to join.
Yes, he has joined, no?
Yes, ma'am. He has just joined. Yeah.
We welcome
you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I've joined, Supreet.
Yes, Aditya.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, now I request. Very good afternoon, Aditya. Now I request Srishti, a PhD scholar, CSE department, just to introduce Aditya to the participants. Aditya. Just.
Am I audible? Okay. Good afternoon. I welcome our distinguished speaker, Mr. Aditya SK, CTO and Director at Ticket Labs, CTO and Director at ASQR Technologies. Mr. Aditya graduated with a bachelor's degree in Electrical, Electronics and Communication Engineering at SJBIT, Bangalore. He also has a bachelor's degree in law from Karnataka State Law University, Hubli. Mr. Aditya worked at Electromotive Technologies as CEO from January 2017 to December 2017. He was a campus ambassador for Dell from November 2018 to June 2019. He worked as a strategic advisor for Link Global from January 2019 to January 2020. He is a co-founder of Techid Labs since December 2017. He is Chief Technology Officer and Director at Techid Labs since January 2018. He is Chief Technology Officer at ASQR Technologies since December 2019. His area of expertise are research, project management, and marketing. He also worked as a AR VR developer, application developer. He is an IoT design architect. He has designed drones, small scale aerial vehicles, to name a few. Mr. Aditya has many accolades to his name: an award at state level project competition. He showcased a product at NASCOM Product Conclave. He was a finalist at the International Climate Launchpad. He was a world finalist at Masterpiece Dubai. He was a finalist in Airbus WizLab Accelerator. He has multiple patents: a patent on impact sensitive headgear and a patent on radio frequency identification based user database management system. He also has published papers on women's safety device and IoT-based intelligent public transport system for smart cities. I welcome you, sir. I would now like to hand over the session to Mr. Aditya.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So I hope I'm audible to all the participants. My voice is clearly audible, right? Yeah, I think I'm clearly audible. Yeah, so just enable the screen sharing for me, please.
Aditya, just for a minute. Yeah.
Pratibha ma'am? Pratibha ma'am? Hello? Okay. I'm enabled. We enabled.
Kindly Aditya, no?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah, now it is enabled. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So good afternoon to all the participants who have been joining from various parts of India as well. So I am Aditya SK. I'm currently working as the CTO of Techvid Labs, as well as the CTO and Director of ADSI Technologies. And I also work as consultant for many IT companies as far as the domain of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, as well as data analytics processes are involved. So today would be a great session where I would be sharing some knowledge on the process of data extraction, as well as a little bit on Python programming as well. So I think Mr. Supreet has covered the basic requirement that is of basic requirement that is related to Python programming. So I would just like to brief some of the concepts of Python programming, and then I would try to move forward in case of this particular Python programming session. So I think you're able to see my screen. So the main question that anyone would ask in case of data analytics, or in the case of artificial intelligence or machine learning, or in the field of data science, what exactly are we trying to do, and why are we requiring all these kinds of programming tools, and how exactly can we formulate all these things? So to start with, or for beginners, it is very simple to understand. So like the major thing that the whole world is concentrating now is on data. So why data is playing such a huge amount of like importance in the day-to-day activities, or in the way we are working today, as well as the way we work tomorrow, is we are able to get insights on whatever data we choose. For example, if I take in the data that normal restaurant would take in. So for example, Domino's Pizza. So Domino's Pizza restaurant, so they take in our data each and every day, each and every time when we ordered food. So what they try to do is they try to analyze an individual. So customer analysis. So they try to analyze a customer. How do they try to analyze the customer? So what kind of data do they take? So they will try to take the order data. So what is the order data that you are trying to provide? So the best thing that I would like you to tell is, so they will recognize us as a vegetarian person or a non-vegetarian based upon the order data that they get. So based upon what you order, so based upon that, they are trying to get the order data, whether you are a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian. So that is one thing they would try to get. And the time. So they would get in the time of when you try to order. From that, what would they infer? So do you eat on weekdays? So do you eat on weekends, or is there any pattern there, or you are a regular eater? So regular eaters are like, they eat each and every day. They don't have anything like weekdays or weekends. Some people only eat during the weekend. Some people only eat during the weekdays. Okay. So those kind of activities they try to do, and their billing amount. So what is the billing amount is how much of billing you would try to do, whether you try to do something related to 200 rupees or 300 rupees, similar kind of things like that, or you try to bill 1000, 2000. So these kind of ranges they would try to do. See, just by analyzing simple things like your order data, which you order in a Domino's Pizza, so they could infer a lot of things from you. So what is the time of ordering? So do you order it during the afternoon time, or during the evenings, or during the night time? So like there are a lot of patterns, or a lot of identities that people would try to identify when we consider any kind of data. So that is why using all these kinds of different data that are available, so we could try to do a lot of things. So we could tell what is the person ordering. So if it's billing 200 or 300 rupees, and we can make it 1000 or 2000 rupees. So that is the way we can work with the data. So people do call data as gold, because with more and more data, the more and more amount of insights could be gained, and the value that the company would have is based on the data, that is the customer data. So how many customers does a company have? What is the kind of data that the company is providing, and what can we infer from the data, and how can we solve all these kinds of different activities? So this is what data is helping us do. So when we talk about the different kinds of data that is available to us rightfully, so the different kinds of data, when we try to analyze the different kinds of data that is available, basically we can divide the data into 4 or more types. So the first one is called as text data. So text data is simple. So everyone would have worked with text data each and every day, and they would try to analyze and read and even send and receive the text data every day. So what does this text data tell you, or what does it contain? So text data can contain, or it is got from the sources like emails or text messages. So emails, text messages. So text messages might come from WhatsApp, or any kind of telegrams, or whatever social media application you are trying to use, or the social messenger application. So then text data could come from Facebook posts. So then text data you would get it from Twitter. So, and also from websites, blogs, any XYZ sources, or from documents. So all these are places of your text data. So text data is helping us analyze what is the whole point of writing that particular sentence or text. So if I tell I'm feeling really great on conducting this webinar, so what did I mean exactly by this text data, and what is the whole thing that I can do with this? So when we want to analyze text data, so there is a kind of, analytics called as NLP, or natural language processing. So natural language processing is again a subdomain of machine learning, where we try to analyze exactly what we are trying to convey in our text data or the text messages. So it can be sentiment analysis. So sentiment analysis is whether I am speaking in a positive tone or a negative tone. So this is one thing I could try to do. Or else I could try to get the gist of whatever I am speaking. So gist is nothing but summary. So if I'm like speaking for 1 hour, or if I'm writing an essay containing 1,000-2,000 words, so I don't need to read each and every line and sentence. So if I just understand the summary of the entire thing, that is enough. So these are the things that we could do with the text data. So then we have the numerical data that is available. So numerical data is just numbers. So you can have different kinds of numerical data available with you. For example, you have like the numerical data can be got through records. So records might be account records or attendance records, or any kind of different records are available. Or numerical data can be got through the statistics or survey. So statistics or survey that is conducted by different government bodies or private bodies, or an individual survey is also fine. So these are all the places where we could try to get the data that is our numerical data. So what can we exactly do with the numerical data? So there is machine learning that is available. So machine learning is obviously a very vast term to explain it, or to just tell machine learning, it is a very vast term. So there is a subdomain in machine learning where you can deal with your numerical data. So what can you deal with the numerical data? So you can do like things like regressions, or you could do classifications based upon the data that is available. So these are the different operations that we could do. So what is an example I would try to give? So for example, a square foot of land in Bangalore is costing around like 18,000 rupees per square foot in XYZ area. So that is in 2021. So if the same land would cost or had costed 9,000 rupees in 2016 or 2018, so it is almost doubled in 3 to 4 years. So like that, we can try to get an analytics or an understanding of what would be the price of the land in 2023 or 2025. So depending upon all these statistics. So numerical data is also very important and a very meaningful data that is available to us. Using this, we are able to conduct a lot of such operations like machine learning processes, and all these things we are able to do. And the next kind of data that is available is image data. So image data is a kind of data which is again, it is a combination of a lot of digital formats. So we have image data in the form of JPEG, PNG, JPEG, or like lot of other, or GIF formats, JF. So a lot of formats are there in which we are storing the image. So what is an image basically? Image is nothing but a collection of pixels. So pixel is, again, we can tell it as, it is a small square. So, yeah. In that small square, we are able to see the data that is nothing but we can have different colors. So in a colored photo, we'll have RGB coordinates, that is our red, green, and blue. So we can match, or we can combine the different pixels. So when we combine the different pixels of R, G, and B, we would try to enable different colors, different photos, different textures. All these things are possible. But again, so when we talk about image data, the main thing about image data is we need to do something called as a processing before accessing our image data. So even if we try to do the processing, even for text data, we need to do the processing. Even for our numerical data, we need to do the processing. But image data requires a lot of processing that is involved. So why do we need a lot of processing? Is because images are very huge. Images sizes are very huge. Pixels are very large. And to modify something, or to understand something, or to understand the pattern of this image data, so we need to do a lot of image processing operations. So image processing operations would be including blurring. So then there is something called as averaging, sharpening. So all these are our regular image processing operations where we would try to reduce the dimensionality of a particular image. So if my image is 20 MB or 30 MB, that would be a really difficult task for the computer to process it. So that is why we do this averaging, blurring, sharpening, and we'll convert the color image to grayscale image. All these processes will help us to reduce the dimensionality, size, and the complexity involved in understanding the images. So then we would have something called as audio data. So audio data is available with us. So audio data is much related to like signals and systems, where we try to process the signals as and when we like get the signals, we try to process their frequency and we try to handle these data. So whatever data that we get, image data or audio data, so everything needs to be converted to a digital form, that is a numerical form. So even your audio data needs to be converted to a numerical form. So that is why any person starting with data science or starting with data analytics should analyze or start with the data that is the numerical data. So numerical data, if we can start to analyze and see how exactly numerical data is being analyzed, then image data, because whatever image data we take in, it is again a pixel which will contain red, green, and blue color components. So those color components are again converted into numbers. So they are converted into arrays and they are taken in. So similarly, when we take audio data, obviously audio will be stored in MP3 or 3GP, some digital format. But when we try to analyze that, or when we want to analyze or extract the data and use it, so the major issue is you need to like you need to be able to convert the whole thing in the case of like into numbers. Only when you put it in numbers, those signals, then you can analyze that data and get a better meaning out of it. So our whole data can be converted into four important aspects, that is our text data, numerical data, that is numerical data, then we have image data and audio data. So these kind of four datas are available to us readily in different formats, and we'll be using these kinds of data. I mean, we'll be using these kinds of data every day, but we won't be aware of how exactly we are trying to use them, or we'll not be aware of how exactly we can make meaningful identifications here with the help of data. So to start with the concept of the data analytics or everything, so we are using certain tools and we also need to do certain processes. So I will just discuss certain processes that we would try to do with the text data or the numerical data. So let us consider the numerical data, which I'll be covering today. So when we think of numerical data that is available to us, so there are a lot of things that we need to understand. So numerical data, when we have these different kinds of numerical data, so what exactly can we do with this numerical data, or how exactly is it is the process happening of analyzing the data, or what is the whole data life cycle? So any data that you take in, so for example, the data that I'm taking is numerical data. So the numerical data will be available to us in some digital format. So what is the digital format? See, basically numerical data is numbers. So numbers will be stored in either Excel sheets or in a format called as CSV file. So this is very or else the last resort is your SQL query or SQL database. So these three places or these three formats, most of our data will be stored. So this data, we are going to use it. So in any case, when you are trying to study a real life scenario of any company, trying to study sales of any particular small retail store or a departmental store, so most probably the accountant or the CA of that particular store would store it in the Excel format. Or if you want to have more and more data, if you're analyzing the data or the analytics of a big company like Starbucks, Coffee Day, some huge company which has more number of retail outlets, they would try to store it in CSV files, because the amount of data that it can store is less. I mean, the data can be stored in any possible ways, that is, I mean, in large quantities, but the thing is, it takes very less amount of memory. So if I have a 11 MB in my Excel file, so it will just take in 2 MB in my CSV file. So what is the whole point of difference between an XLSX and CSV? This we'll understand. So whatever we try to analyze the numerical data, so XLSX is a proprietary software of our Microsoft. So Microsoft owns the like the software, like the regulations as well as the ownership in case of Microsoft Excel. So Microsoft Excel storage format is your Excel SX, that is the latest one, that is 2007 and above. So this is the data format that you would try to use in every day. But what is the CSV format? CSV is called as comma separated variables. So comma separated variable is, so the advantage of comma separated variables is it is not owned by any company. So it is not a company format, or it is not a proprietary format of any company. It can be used in any operating system, whether you consider it as Linux or whether you consider Apple operating, iOS operating system, or any XYZ operating system you would try to use. Comma separated variable format is generic and it can be used. So what do we think of comma separated variable format, and how exactly it is happening is, it will look exactly like an Excel sheet. So there is no difference at all. So if I try to share a screen here, so this is how your CSV file would look. So you can't make a notice that whether it is an Excel or CSV file. See, Microsoft Excel is a software that is capable of opening CSV files, also capable of opening your Excel sheets also. So the main thing is the way in which it is stored. So each and every data is stored in the form of our variables that is separated by comma. So for example, when I try to open the same thing in so when I try to open the same thing in my notepad, not with Excel, so right click open with notepad. So what is it telling about us? It is actually giving us information which is separated in comma. So this is how data is getting stored in most places. So data analytics, or when we try to when we want to extract the data or use the data, first we should understand what exact formats our data is available. So if you want to go buy some gadgets, or if you want to go buy some items, so we need to know where that item is available, or what is that particular item and how exactly is it described. So that is how we need to start our data analytics process. So step one is identification of how data is available. So data can be available in the form of Excel sheets or in the form of your CSV files. So people might ask, why not PDF? Why not a Word format? Why not some other XYZ format? See, what we are trying to understand is, we are trying to understand numerical data, for example. So when we try to understand numerical data, so what is the problem is, like you cannot store it in PDF format, or you cannot store it in Word format, though you can store it, but the main objective is for us to analyze easily. So that is why most of the data will be stored in Excel sheets or in CSV. So no difference between Excel and CSV, but Excel takes a lot of memory because encoding process is different. CSV is just comma separated variables, where each and every data is separated by commas, and the amount of memory that is taken by CSV is very less. That is why most of the data analytics or the data scientists prefer to store their data in the format of your CSV files. So this is what we understood. Then about the SQL database. So SQL database, most of the companies which have their digital solutions. So if I'm trying to go to a hotel, so obviously they won't have any kind of software. If I go to a very small hotel, there'll be just a billing software where they would try to do it manually. But if I go to a big hotel where they're trying to maintain a database and a system, everything would be stored in an SQL query, or the data would be transferred and shared between SQL query, and the solid format to store the data would be an SQL database. Even from SQL databases also we could extract the data. But what is the issue while dealing with SQL databases is, each and every moment the data will be changed. For example, if I'm trying to do a data analytics of a hotel, the main issue that I would face if I'm directly trying to use an SQL database or a live SQL database is, so like if a new sales are coming in each and every minute, my database is getting altered. So if my database is getting altered each and every second, I cannot analyze it properly. So if I need to have a stable and a stagnant database, so that is why we would try to extract them, put it in a format that is Excel or CSV, then we would try to use it. So SQL we can use, but most preferably CSV, because it is a very stable and a standard format, so that we could do proper analytics. This data will be it will keep on uploading every time to an SQL database, and the problem is with more and more live data coming in, the data analytics will be very difficult or hard. So that is why This is also preferred in case of your large scale companies. So when you try to do something with the big giants or with the companies which have large amounts of data, they do analyze it in directly from SQL databases also. So this is also possible. So these kinds of data formats are available. So we understood that these are all the formats it is available. So when I tell SQL, it is not SQL. You can still have a MongoDB database, or you could have a Firebase database. Hundreds of databases are available from various companies. So instead of telling Excel, I could tell it as a DB. Basically, it will be a database. So from any database, you could analyze your data, or you can have the data in that database. So since we understood how exactly we are getting the data, so what is the exact format, or what in which digital format we are getting the data, next thing is we need to try to understand how exactly or where exactly data is available. So when you want to understand where exactly data is available, so data is available in two places, either in the form of data sets, or data is available in simple like manual extraction. So data, as I told you, when we are talking about digital data formats, obviously the digital data formats, we need to store it digitally. We can't write it in a piece of paper, or we cannot write it in books or anything. So we need to convert it into a digital form. So that is why we talked about Excel, CSV, and SQL database. But how exactly are we going to get the data? So data can be got by records. So records is the first thing. So if I am owning a hotel, every day I would try to update my Excel sheet telling that today I made a sale of 20,000 rupees. Yesterday I made a sale of 5,000 rupees. So I could create records. So this is one places where if you want to try to analyze the real-time data analytics. So if you want to work on a practical scenario, understand how exactly it is working, you would go for records. So records might be sales data, attendance data, marks data. So any kind of data you would have. So all these things would be available. So records also, there is one thing. So there will be physical records most of the time. Physical records is it will be in the form of books. We need to convert those physical records into digital records using Excel or any kind of software or a database. So only when we put in these digital records, we can analyze and we can use. So this is possible. So it can be found in companies, institutions, okay, businesses. So then even in your home, if you're trying to do the spending analytics, or you or in case of like homes also, you would try to find these kinds of data. So these physical records, which can be converted into digital formats, actually are the major source when you're trying to practically do something. So practically do something is you are working as a data scientist. So if I'm working as a data scientist or a data analyst in any company, so or I would be a freelancer data scientist, I cannot do anything, right? So I cannot ask if I want to analyze the sales of some restaurant XYZ, I can't sit and I can't take in the data. So if they give me the data, I can analyze it. So that is how, if those kind of situations, data will be already present. So they'll be present in companies, institutions, business. So you can directly take in those data and start analyzing. So this is one place where data is already available. But in some cases, there are ways you need to manually take in the data. So why do we need to manually take in the data, or how exactly this happens is, so if I want to analyze how many people in Bangalore are unemployed, or how many people in Bangalore are vegetarians, how many people in Bangalore travel by two-wheelers, and what is the average spending of a person who is what is an average petrol spending of a person. So all these things I want to manually take in. So what I would do right now is I would conduct surveys. So surveys are the best method for data collection. So when I want to collect any data, so if I want to collect the data of where do actually students of UVC are, which area are they coming from? So I will try, if already data is available in the attendance record or the admissions record, I can take it. But some kind of data, if it is not available or if it is outdated or anything, I could conduct these surveys. So how do I conduct surveys? I can put out Google Forms. So I could put in any kind of digital forms where I could collect the data from different people. So this is one of the method. Or I could keep in a physical slip. So physical form where they would try to fill that form and give me the data. But the major thing about physical forms is, again, they need to be converted into digital form by a data entry person. So this is very important. So why are lot of jobs have, like, why are those data entry jobs available is because of this. Most of the data that we taken is not only in digital form, it is in physical form also. That is why a lot of jobs in the field of data entry is available, where people will enter the physical data into digital data. So they will convert it if you are taking it in physical form. So Google Forms directly will get the digital data. So surveys also, there are a lot of tricks that companies do. So they'll offer some free like freebies they do offer. So what is freebies? Like if you go to a like mall, so they would have some kind of, so if a new restaurant is coming up with a new dish, or there's a new masala that is coming up, so they give free sachets. So they would try to take in your details and collect the feedback. So this is also possible. So they collect feedbacks and different information. So manual data collection is like working most of the places where contacts of people are collected, or see feedback, surveys, opinions, everything, data, all these things are collected using manual data collection methods. So manual data collection methods also forms data sets. So what is this data sets are? These are readily available data. So readily available data in the sense, so when I talk about data that is readily available, so most of the researchers or most of the companies will collect the data. So they don't do it for business purposes, they want it for research purposes. So for example, you are trying to create something new in the data science field, or you are trying to do something with respect to data. So you don't need to actually manually collect the data, or still you are a student or a person who is learning about data sets. So if you don't have access to any of these, so if you don't have access to any of these data, like companies data, institution, or business data, or anything else, so you would go to the place that is your data set. So data sets are readily available research data, which some XYZ person would have created for his own benefit or for the purpose of research, and he would make it available either for free or paid. So why free or paid? For example, so if free data sets are mainly meant for your research purpose, paid data sets, again, some people would try to use in their business. So for example, they want to analyze, if I want to start a new hotel in HSR layout, I would try to analyze how many people are there, what is their opinions and all. Some other XYZ company would have already conducted the survey and have this particular kind of data. So that data we need to pay, but most of the data or generic data are readily available. So where do we find these free data sets, and how exactly are we trying to use them is very important. So the free data sets are available in places like the best possible place is called as Kaggle. So Kaggle, Kaggle is the place where you could find out your ready-made data sets or the pre-researched and pre-made data sets. So if I want to analyze about best thing is Bangalore restaurants. So Bangalore restaurants, if I want to try to analyze something, so there are some data that is already available. So Zomato Bangalore restaurants is one such data set. So what is there in this data set? Again, so data sets will be in the format of CSV. So when I try to make you understand, so it is in the format of CSV. It is 574 MB of storage. So what is it storing? So it is containing, see, when we talk about Excel sheet, it is always about rows and columns. So we will have data that is stored in rows and columns. So these rows and columns, we can directly use them and we can try to analyze exactly what is there in these rows and columns. So obviously data is there in the rows and columns. So what is there in the column? So column will contain the column name. So column names are there. Then there are rows which are containing different data. So this is every person who has like understood, I mean, who's worked in the Excel sheet would understand the data is stored in rows and columns. Column would indicate the column name. Rows will indicate the different entries that are available. So when I open this Zomato dataset Bangalore, so I can understand first possibly there is one column called as URL. So URL is the exact, like the Zomato URL. When you click on this, you will be redirected to the Zomato website for that particular restaurant, where you can see the menu of the restaurant, whatever things that you could order using this particular URL. Then it is telling address. So where exactly is this restaurant located? So then it is also telling what is the name of the restaurant. So then it is also telling yes, online order, yes. So then it is also asking us book table, yes, rating. So what is the whole rating of the restaurant and how many people have voted for this rating? Phone number, location, what is the restaurant type? Is it casual dining or only takeaway? So these kinds of data sets Zomato has only created for people to use in, so they're not paid. So directly I can download this thing and I can easily understand what exactly data is there and how exactly I can utilize this data. So lot of data sets need not be paid. So companies would have done the surveys, company would have created this for people to analyze. So when I type in Bengaluru, I might get a lot of other data sets also. What other data sets? Bangalore house pricing data I would try to get, or okay, so Bangalore house pricing data set, when I want to analyze that, what is there in this Bangalore house price? So Bangalore house pricing data sets, again, it is containing area type. So is it a plot area, built up area, super built up area? So this is the kind of information is there in one column. So then is it ready to move or not ready to move? So this is there in another column. Then location. So is it an electronic city, which location, wide field? So all these things they're telling. So then the type of the particular house, whether it is a 2 BHK, 3 BHK, they're giving information about that. Then if there is any society that is available, they are trying to mention the society name also. So then total square foot, how many bathrooms are there, balconies, how many balconies are there. So then what is the price in lakhs? So all these information they are trying to provide. So these kind of information they're trying to provide in this particular data set. So each and every data set you analyze will have different kind of data that is available, and we could try to analyze them based upon our requirement. So when I talk about any other new things, so you can analyze not only about places, it is all about games also. So if I want to work with IPL data, so the cricket basically, so you could tell like there are different matches, who won this particular match, when was it held, all these things related to each and everything you try to get. So this is one place where it is an open source platform, Kaggle. You can try to like just sign up for it. So when you try to sign up on Kaggle, you would understand exactly where what is the different kinds of data that is already available. So since we are working on the process of analyzing the data, or we are learners, so this is like a place where you would get the data. So like most of the people like ask for, like when people are trying to play cricket, they ask for opportunities. I need an opportunity to play. So these are all the stages where you could analyze a lot of data and get this opportunity. So that is very helpful in the case of this Kaggle. So there are a lot of competitions that will be coming every day also, where you could try, they'll give you the data, you need to analyze the competitions, and we need to understand how exactly this data is working. So these are all the competitions. So a lot of companies, like there are competitions that is coming up from Google. So Google is telling identify Chai, Hindi and Tamil question answering. So this is one data. So then brain ventilator predict, Google brain ventilator pressure prediction. So what is the ventilator pressure with the given help of data? So a lot of things are there for even for prize money also. So you could earn anything directly from this particular competition. So when you analyze this particular data set, so you could directly earn money directly from this particular thing. So Kaggle is one place. So then you have other thing is UCI machine learning repository. So UCI machine learning repository is again, it is University of California, Irvine. So this place is also filled with a lot of data sets. So this has millions of data sets available with us. So this can be related to it can be related to any different thing. So it can be related to like automobiles, then balance scales, breast cancer data sets, car evaluations. So name any different thing that you want to. So all these data sets are directly available, and there are millions of data sets that are available that you could try to use it. So most of the data sets would be related to USA, because that is where people have collected the data. With respect to India also, you could find a lot of things using Kaggle. So these are the places where we would try to get these data and try to understand the data that is possible. So UCI machine learning repository is one place where a lot of data is also available. So then we would have like Kaggle also is one such place where you would try to get the data sets that is available. And one more important aspect that I would like to understand is about that how actually people are making use of this data and how exactly there is interconnection of technology that is happening in the case of data or in the field of data. So there are different companies that are actually real time working on these kinds of data. So for example, okay, so there is one thing that is called as okay, so there is a company which works in Bangalore. So that company is called as Kirana Foundation. So the ways Kirana Foundation, so is one company. So they are working to like understand how data science is helping, or how data is helping us to identify different aspects. So what happens is there are a lot of products that are coming in. So these products, so a normal individual would not understand in case of okay, so best example is this. So what happens exactly is most of the times there are these products coming into the shops. So for example, I would try to order some 10 packets of biscuits or 20 packets of some XYZ product based upon the demand. But there are mistakes that are happening in the case of our vegetable or our perishable food items. So what happens in perishable food items is there are a lot of places where there are perishable food items and we cannot keep them for long amount of time. So that is how people have used these opportunities in using the data and data science concepts to actually predict what are the supplies that are needed. So for example, if I if in this particular week or in this particular Dasara time or in the Diwali time, people would have some other kind of requirement. For example, there will be a new lamp that is coming in the market. So I would try to push these lamps by predicting that these are the things that are required and what is the capital that is needed to run this small departmental store. So it is not only data science is not only used in large companies analyzing their sales data or witnessing their what would be the revenue that would be generated, but even in small cases also there are a lot of startups that are working in the case of helping local stores use data science and also work with it. So this company is called Jumbo Tail. So again, so they work with the roadmaps that is understanding how exactly you try to use it. So this is one method. So Jumbo Tail, we can just see exactly how exactly they're trying to work. So they try to help these retail stores also with the help of data. They're trying to understand and make the selection. So which product sells in your area? So which products do people buy? Do they buy Sun Pure oil? Do they buy Gold Winner? So like this, all these kinds of various analytics they provide. So this is also one very good company. And even in the field of logistics, so logistics also there is a Truck.ai company. So this company is working in the field of logistics where they try to understand how exactly they try to understand how exactly the logistics are going on. So which product needs to be moved in which place. So all these possibilities are there in the case of these Truck.ai also. So data is just with the help of data, they're trying to do a lot of things and they're able to understand. So a lot of companies have come up whose main intention is analyzing the data and providing these insights of data that is available. So these are all the very important companies which are working in the field of data analytics. There are 100, each and every company uses data analytics. So when we talk about Ola or Uber, so Ola uses data analytics each and every time. Google uses analytics of data each and every second. Its database is updating and we are able to understand how exactly the data is being changed. So name any company, each and every big company has data analytics team with it. So who analyze the data, who predict what was going to happen in the future, what sales would they be doing in future. So each and every place data is being used. So that is why there is a huge demand for people who are pursuing in the field of data science, analyzing data and able to make that particular decision. So this is very important. So what are all the processes that are involved in the field of data? So that I would be talking. So the processes that we would be involved in the case of this particular data analytics, or what we call it as data science field, is, so first one is our extraction of data, or we call it as data acquisition to be more precise. So data acquisition involves a lot of processes that we'll be doing post lunch session, where we would be trying to understand how exactly we are dealing with the data, analyzing the data, using the data, cleaning the data. So data acquisition is all about acquiring. So it is about acquiring the data. Okay, so acquiring the data, then after acquiring, it involves cleaning. So as you could see in the various data sets that is available, so most of them were not text data. So they were categorical data like yes or no, or the locations. So we need to clean those data. So when we clean those data, that is also there. And also drop, or what we call it as delete some data, unwanted data we are trying to delete. So this is about data acquisition. So we acquire the data, we take it in the CSV files, but not everything is useful. So we need to delete something, we need to include something. So all these things that are there. So cleaning involves reformatting the data. Some data will be in text format like yes or no. We need to convert them into numbers again. So that is also a requirement in data acquisition. So then we involve in something called as data visualization. So what is this data visualization is, we will try to understand the data in the form of graphs. So what exactly do these graphs tell us? Because when we see something in an Excel sheet, we can't notice anything, or we cannot understand any kind of different utilities, or we cannot understand what exactly is happening in this. So that is why we are trying to work on the visualizations part, or the graphical representations part. So graphical representations part would help us understand exactly how we are trying to, use graphs in order to make more and more sense to our data. So this is our data visualization. So this will be our graphs and charts to analyze, compare different data. So this is there. Then there'll be something called as data modeling. So data modeling is using machine learning and artificial intelligence. We are trying to model our data to understand what is the pattern. So how exactly are my sales patterns going? So here there is a requirement of statistics. So statistical algorithms or machine learning algorithms involve statistics also. So statistical algorithms play a major role in understanding what is our data and what is our model. So then comes in data prediction. So if this is the pattern that I have, so if I give new data, then I can predict. So this is how an entire life cycle of data science goes about. So we acquire the data, we clean it, then we visualize using graphs, then we model it, then we predict something. So these are all the processes that is involved in the field of our data science. So what exactly, or why exactly you need Python for this? Or why only Python? Can I not use any other thing? So why Python is because Python has a wide range of libraries. So libraries is simple. So we cannot code each and everything on our own. So we need to have these libraries which will assist us in doing all our operations. So wide range of library support is there only in Python. So even when you think of C++, C++ also has a range of library support, but not as good as Python. So since Python is open source is a technology where anyone could easily get the data, create or be a part of the process of creating something new. All these things are open source. It is freely available. Anyone could have used it. So that is how we could easily work with Python. So what is the alternative? You have something called as R programming also that is being used. But when you want to try to build a scalable model or work with something which is more scalable, then R is not preferred. Python is preferred because library support is great. So for example, when I tell you about data acquisition, so we have libraries called as pandas available readily for free. So then we have OpenPyXL. So then we have Excel Writer. So when we talk about these libraries only, so you have, I'm just talking about 3. For data acquisition only, you might get 300 libraries. So if you want to work with SQL, there is like SQL PySQL for Python-based SQL. So a lot of libraries are there, and you can also create your own library. So this is how. So for data acquisition, these are the libraries available in Python. For data visualization, graphs, so there is a library called Matplotlib. There is library called Seaborn. There is also a library called Plotly Dash. So hundreds of libraries are available just for data visualization also. For data modeling, so if you are using machine learning, you have scikit-learn. So then if you're trying to work with, if you're trying to work with something that is related to deep learning, you have TensorFlow. So then if you want to work with, again, deep learning, you have Keras. So then there is PyTorch. So hundreds of libraries are available for machine learning as well as deep learning process in case of data modeling and prediction, where you could try to use these scikit-learn and TensorFlow, Keras and PyTorch. Then the major thing is, okay, so I did all these things. How do I deploy it? So there are deployment solutions also. So deployment is like all these things are possible, but I want to deploy it to my client, or I would, these are all just Python programs. But if I want to put it like an absolute software or a web application, so if you want to put it as a web application, so you would try to use something like Django, or you would try to use Flask, Flutter. So all these are the packages where you would deploy it as a web application. So if you want any analytics or prediction software that is directly available on the website. So if you want to run all these things on web, so directly you would try to use Django, Flask or Flutter. These kinds of things are also available with us readily. So with these kind of library support available, so most of the people are preferring Python with respect to any other programming language that is available. So Python basics, I think Mr. Supreet has covered. So I will cover the parts where how Python is being used in data extraction as well as in data visualization. So I can cover the things till data visualization and data extraction. So I could give you a tutorial on how exactly we could extract the data and use it by using a practical example. So if any doubts are there relating to data and types of data and the process that is involved in the data analytics or in the field of data science, you could ask me, I would try to answer it.
Is there any queries from participants? Okay, Aditya, we can do one thing, no? Can we take a break?
Sure, ma'am. You can take a break.
Okay. We'll join at 2 o'clock again.
Okay, sure.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all the participants for this session. So we'll be covering the practical aspects of how exactly we are handling data in the 2 to 4 session. So thank you, ma'am, and we'll join back at 2 p.m.
Okay.